Hello, hello, good morning. Hey Otis. At the oh they're like smaller. There's the versions in art with like the Rangers and everything, like where it's the actual like real robot Megazord. They're like the designs of the mechs are different because they're supposed to be like bigger and everything. Because they also changed a bit when I became a person. Yeah, publicized. Yeah, I want more art of them just kind of running around on their own. I gotta think more about that. I have trouble thinking of good ideas. But I have thought of... I gotta draw stuff with, like, the cat like, hiding under a table or something, and I'm trying to reach it with the other arm. So they had to build new... No, it just all changed at once. So I get destroyed as a robot, and then I reincarnate as, like, a person. And I just have, you know, everything's different. Because if you look at the Megazord, it's mostly made out of the robots. Like, the bird part makes up, like, the whole torso and everything. So it's just all a little bit different in this version. I wanted to draw out a comic for the lore, but I've been slacking. I might do, like, a short story and just a few illustrations. It's it's a little beyond me. I am confused. So, like, there was a proper big robot Megazord that's just made of the 5 robots. And then when that one gets destroyed, it gets reincarnated, like, in the start of any isekai, and then that turns into me. So the robots are a little different because they're like, they make up less of my body than they did as the robot. They're a little different, too. But how are you? Oh, I get you. Okay, good. Yeah, you can find, if you go in the Discord and you go in, like, the Ref Sheets channel, there should be art of, like, the Rangers and the robots and stuff with the mech. Wait, I'm more confused now? Oh, no. This is like a roller coaster. It's very exciting. I'll go check there. Yeah, you just see what everything looks like. I got all the B ranks, right? I'm pretty sure. Oh, let me check the rankings. I might separate that channel later just so it's like it has like art of like me and art of the like the mechs and the Rangers and everything. Is getting a little cluttered, so I might put like the lore related art of the Rangers in a different place. Although I kind of wanted a model. I had a stupid idea where there would be like a lightly rigged like model of the mech or like a 3D model of it, and then in the different corner of the screen there would be like a cockpit view of like the 5 Rangers. Like in one of those like scenes in Power Rangers where they cut to the cockpit and you can like see out the eyes. Anyways, I'm doing alright. Got a chill day today. Probably gonna do some laundry. Oh nice, I got laundry done recently. I gotta stay more on top of that because usually I'm like running out when I remember to do it. I should just kind of go, let's just find time when I can. Play Dead Watch. Ooh. I gotta find time to play Monster Hunter Wilds. I haven't played it like at all. Yeah, I think I got all the B ranks. So we're just kind of struggling through A rank now. Oh, I got one of the A ranks here. Okay. So let's skip to the next day and we'll fight. I I gotta do more in general. But yeah, originally I was planning to like write out a comic of the lore, but I do think like a whole comic would be kind of beyond me. Not that I'm the best writer in general, but I don't know, I haven't gotten quite as far with art as I would have preferred. Where the... Oh, right. Hong Kong. Andy. Okay. Okay, I might just have to leave already. I'm almost dead. So the thing that confuses me, you have 5 robots combining into run. When they die, they get reincarnated. You... Eh? Why did the music change for a second there? Is it their collective consciousness, or is there suddenly a 6th robot? Yeah, it's like the collective consciousness. It's like, Bros Ishin to fight, yeah. They don't fuck around in A rank. It's sort of hard to explain from, like, the Western context. In Japan, like, all the robots are, like, characters on their own, almost. Like, they all have names and stuff. They're not just, like, whatever Megazord. So it's like the robots came with me, but it's the Megazord. It's the robot as a character that reincarnated. I don't know. I think it would be easier to understand if I had part of the whole thing. Okay. Let me check the schedule. Nah, I get it now. I also just think a comic would be cool. I also think that would be on point. I don't know why they don't do it in Sentai. There's a trend recently with Rider where they do like a final form where it's the first form, but like a better version of it. I guess I'm trying to think how Sentai seasons even end, but it would be cool if they just like actually use the base robot. I guess sometimes they do use the base forms in like the final fight. I'm not sure to explain it either. I feel like if you just saw the whole like process like start to finish with images, it would just be easier to understand. I do a similar thing with a couple of my OCs. Well, I think it's I was actually thinking about this recently because I've been researching like philosophy around technology and how that relates to science fiction and stuff. And I feel like the whole framework of that is really different in somewhere like Japan, because in Christian countries, it's sort of a known quantity that like robots aren't people. Like robots don't have souls or nothing. They're not sentient. Like that is sort of the like base assumption, because you know, most Western countries were predominantly Christian at one point. So there is sort of an ingrained understanding that only humans have souls. Like, even, like, animals and stuff we don't really consider to be alive in the same context as we do people. But, in Japan, like, in Shinto, for example, like, everything is alive. There's Ikimono, which covers all living things, which can be applied to plants and animals, but even, like, concepts. The wind, rivers and mountains, all that kind of stuff. So it's, like, the fact that, like, Astro Boy and Tetsujin 28 move around, it sort of implies that they're alive in like a spiritual sense. And that's also true, like Buddhism also doesn't really have a lot of super hard defined categories on what is and isn't alive. I mean, they think that like people reincarnate as animals and everything. I'm kind of... I need to read more Buddhist literature because I'm curious if you can reincarnate as like a plant, or are plant souls different? Are they not in the Wheel of Samsara? In the West, they call that animism. Yeah, I mean, it's just like a different philosophy around it. I also think the the sort of the view of like technology is philosophically different, because in the Western world, the world of tradition, in terms of like Evola, already lost. Like that was sort of determined a long time ago, and it was like definitive. Like we do science and technology now because tradition is like an old thing that we kind of have given up on. But when they were like modernizing and industrializing in Japan in like the 30s, it was like still a very traditional culture. It still is now in a lot of ways. So it's like the battle between the world of modernity and tradition is just like alive there. So the context is entirely different. And it's also different because like when it comes to industrialization, in like Western countries, that's just sort of more of a natural process because a lot of the technology was just invented in like America and Europe. But in Eastern countries, especially like Japan in the early 20th century, they view industrialization as like a westernization. Like it's interesting some of the stuff you can find from the time, but they basically viewed it as like there were some people who were opposed to like automation and modernization of factories because they thought it was like an encroachment of like America and other countries on their culture. And some of them viewed it as like, well, we'll use their stuff against them. But there is like this definitive mindset of like machines are like their thing. I was meaning that there's a bit of a stigma around animism in the West, something like childish or stupid. Yeah, there is that. Well, it's like, I mean, that is the sort of, it comes back to it being like a fundamental assumption. Like, we literally don't, I feel like a lot of people in Western countries don't think about it because they're not actually Christian themselves, but like, cultures and mindsets in like Europe and America and a lot of countries are defined by Christianity. Like, there's like a lot of assumptions in our culture that are just sort of, like, even if you're not Christian, they're a leftover because for like more than 100 years, the country was predominantly Christian. So there were just these like dominant mindsets about like souls and the nature of sentience and free will, and perspectives on like history and culture, and perspectives on like modernization that are just totally different because they're informed by cultural mindsets that are like outside of you. Because it doesn't matter whether you hold those beliefs, the fact that people hold those beliefs in your society like affects how like everyone even talks about it. But I remember that was actually a problem I saw recently. There was like some debate among some of the more annoying fans on Twitter as to like what was going on in Boon Boonjer when they formed Boon Boon Robo. It's like, because Boondorio is like a person. Like, he's a character at normal size. But then, you know, when they actually form the mech, he's like just a robot mostly. But he's like still alive, and it's like, it's weird people object to that because it's like, you can believe that 5 people pilot the robot, but you don't think one of them could be the robot himself. Like, I don't know, go watch fucking Might Gine. It's not that hard to understand. Like how weddings and funerals are arranged, most people don't realize it's a Christian influence. Yeah, like, people don't really, like, it wouldn't occur to you unless you thought it through, because it's just something we do. And like, nobody really thinks about where that all comes from. There's just sort of ingrained ideas that go unchallenged. And I keep getting, like, randomly attacked. This is the big problem with, like, A rank, is that people just keep coming from, like, other directions while I'm trying to fight a different guy. Okay, I got, like, 3 kills, I'll leave. I got, like, 4 kills, I think. That's how I'll have to play it. I'll just go in, I'll get a few kills, I'll leave before I die. It's just too easy for any given A rank person to kill me. So I can't stay for very long. because it's like, just statistically, there's only a certain number of those engagements that I can survive. At least A rank lives up to the name. Like, yeah, it's pretty intense. And it's also, it's interesting to think about, there's a lot of things that didn't occur to me before, but like a lot of early anime, manga, and all that kind of stuff, it's very informed by World War II mindsets. Like if you think about it in those terms, there's a lot of like parallels between like how Japanese people viewed America in particular, and like the the Principality of Zeon. And all that kind of thing. Tetsujin 28 especially is like basically a revanchism to fictionally allow people to refight World War II. Astro Boy is very informed by that whole milieu. Even the Osamu Tezuka literally said that like part of his inspiration for Astro Boy is that he like got into a bar fight with like an American GI. And it made him think about, like, how society was changing. I'm kind of curious how people thought about stuff like Speed Racer at the time and the Tatsunoko brothers, because their stuff was very pro-American. It's sort of an interesting context. Like, it's very Americanized from the start, because they would, like, Speed is based on, or Mach, I suppose, is based on Superman. And so is, to an extent, Casher. Like, all those guys. I'm trying to understand where Gatchaman came from. Maybe they're based on, like, Batman? But they were, like, American... They were nerds for American comics. They would, like, pay, soldiers on deployment to give them, like, US comics that they couldn't read. They were real Westaboos. Fucking base, like, yeah, he like I don't think he won the fight. I don't remember the story exactly, but it made him think about, like, you know, just like what was going on. But there is sort of an undercurrent in like Astro Boy that like Adam himself is sort of like a foreigner, but he's like a good foreigner, and a lot of the more like evil robots are like people who don't respect Japan, essentially. They're the other Americans. I do feel like there's a lot of intentionality. Like, I think a lot about how fucking deranged Tenma is, but like the fact that he tried to replace his son with like with a robot. Well, first of all, he's a lunatic, but second of all, it does sort of really push the idea of like the conflict between the world of tradition and the world of modernity, because it's like literally his son dies and then he like tries to build a new one. It's the most aggressive, like, you know, welcome to the new world kind of shit. Cowboy Tanaka riding on around roller skates, cowboy foot, 6-shooter in each hand. Yeah, there's a lot of like interesting perspectives if you kind of understand. Which series is it? Oh yeah, Astro Boy. I mean, it's not really a spoiler. It's the first thing that happens in Astro Boy, and the series is like 100 years old or whatever, or 50 years old, I guess. But at the start of they've retold this a few times because there's like a slightly different version of it in each version of the anime and manga. But at the start of it, Tobio Tenma dies. And his father, Professor Tenma, is so distraught that he tries to like build a new child as like the world's foremost roboticist. And like there's this really interesting situation where like he starts getting upset at Astro for being a robot. like he builds a robot to replace his child, and like Astro is super good at math and like just like weird. And it starts getting him like angry that it's like he's like not able to ignore that this isn't actually his child, and he starts getting mad at him, and that's why he like sells him to a circus. But it's like, what did you expect was gonna happen? Like, that's like, you can't get mad at him for that. He's not your son. It's not actually Tobio. Like, he's not. He's doing his best. think it's over 70 years old. I'm trying to think when the original manga would have been, but the anime is old as hell, and there's 3 versions of it. There's like the original one in the 60s, there was the one in the 80s, and then there's the one in the early 2000s. That's funny too. I remember talking to my dad about that, because it wasn't something like that occurred to me growing up, but like recently I've been talking to him about like Astro Boy and Speed Racer. And like, he's like a weeb. My dad's an anime fan. He doesn't know it either, but it's just something that never occurred to me. That like, because they used to have all those animes on, and they just never addressed that they were from Japan. Hey, I just have never seen it. I would recommend it. I think the 80s version you can find with subtitles is pretty good. The super old one I might watch in Japanese. I have the whole series available to me, but it's either it's the English version or like just without subtitles. But I might try to watch it just to learn it. But there's this whole context about like machines being introduced to society and like the changes that is, and they have debates over like robot rights and stuff. But it's obviously sort of an extended metaphor for like modernization and industrialization. And it, like, basically Astro Boy as a concept is the theory that like you can have good machines. Like if you use machines correctly, if you make the right kind of machines, you can make good machines that like you can fight the influence of the bad machines with. Like you have all these other machines that don't cooperate with society, but like Astro Boy is our machine. He's good. He's a good boy. He's a good child, and he follows all the rules, and he even tries to get the bad robots to play along. I'm kind of curious about how Osamu Tezuka thought about, like, because there are, like, obvious overtures to, like, racism, essentially. There's, like, people bully Astro in school for being a robot after Ochimizu Hakase brings him in. And it's, like, is that, like, just, like, because he's, like, sort of a foreigner in context? Or is it actually, like a hard overture to be, like, to that kind of thing? It's a little hard to tell. I mean, I suppose anyone could view it that way, but I'm curious how, like, Tezuka himself thought about it. Let me quickly grab some more ammo. Got him. Ha, get cheaped out, idiot. But yeah, Astro Boy is really good. He's just such a good boy. Go watch Astro Boy, for he is your friend. Quintessential good child. But yeah, the beginning part of Astro Boy is always so funny to me because, like, somebody needs to step in and stop Professor Ten. Like, he's like so clearly deranged, and his coworkers really should have stepped in. But it's so funny to me how he's like he after he builds Astro, he literally has him like pretend to be Tenma, and then like like Tobio, and he starts getting mad at him for not actually being Tobio. And it's like subtle stuff that he can't like even control. It's like things he's not even doing on purpose. It's like, what do you want him to do? It's like he's trying his best. He's doing what he's told. Like it's your fault that he's not actually Tobio. That was always an unreasonable thing for you to try to do. Man, poor Astro. Poor Atomu, my dear friend. I think I might do. I recommend all those kinds of... There's a lot of, like, Astro Boy, I would put Doraemon in there. There's a lot of, like, really definitive, overarching works that, like, every Japanese person has seen. I feel like people miss that. I say that a lot with, like, Ultraman, but, like... People who try to watch anime, like, from other countries, there's just a lot of context they don't have. Like, if you watched Astro Boy, if you watched Doraemon, if you watched the Ultraman, there's like there's a lot of context that exists in like every manga and anime that you just are lacking otherwise. Hey, wait a sec, Sen. I've got to ask you something. Please, I won't take no for an answer. What? Eh? Nine. Oh, Skyen. It's been a while. What is it you want to ask us? Is it about DD? Yes, we were looking for DD, but actually, we were trying to find Lynx right away. What do you want me to do? Isn't he your friend? That's right, friend. Lynx hasn't been coming home as much lately. I thought I could find him in Haven. Oh, I always forget these guys know each other in real life. I guess he's not really asking that. Yeah, it's not... You're not asking me something if you won't accept no. You're kind of making a demand. I'm sorry, we haven't seen him either. The last time we saw him when he was with you. Is that so? Lynx, you jerkwad, where'd you go? This isn't good. I found someone else we can ask. Let's call them up and talk to them. Alright, thanks, Sergeant. ZZ Top? Yeah, the music in this is really good. This might be ZZ Top, actually. I keep getting... YouTube keeps setting me... At least I'm not getting, like, major copyright strikes, but I do keep getting hit for, like, the music in this game. Alright, see you, Sen. Sorry to bother you. We'll have a nice chat when we have time. Alright, see you, man. Little lover boy. They seemed awfully busy somehow. Incoming call from Embryo. Oh, hey, man, what's up? Hey there, Sen and Toradora. Did Skyen come by here? Yeah, you just missed him. I recognize it from Guitar Hero 3, noise. Yeah, Skyen was here. He was looking for Lynx, and he didn't stay long. I see. Skyen and Sin have been acting kind of strange lately. Embryo and I are worried. What about Lynx? I'm gonna try and go after them. Go after Skyen. See you later, Sen and Toradora. And these guys just have their own thing going on. Anyway. Back to grinding for A rank. Free rank. Okay, the next A rank is day 48. Kinda neat that they have their own life outside of yours. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that, like, the story, like your character is just kind of making their way through the ranks and playing the game, but the main story is just, like, another group of people doing a thing. It's world events. It's just some other group of involved people. Like, in some ways, a lot of the thrust of the narrative has more to do with them than it has with me. Okay. E-class again. Nighttime E-class. But yeah, I do think a lot about like the concept of like using good machinery against bad machinery. I'm sort of on the fence of whether that's even really possible. Because I don't really think people necessarily use machines as much as the other way around. But that is like the fundamental premise of like Frankenstein, for example, is that like things that you create are neutral. Because Frankenstein like thinks for himself, you know, the whole bit. Although Frankenstein is less like Astro Boy and more like Tetsugen 28. Astro Boy is kind of Pinocchio, which puts him more in the camp with Cashern. Cashern is another one that you should watch. It's not as foundational as something like Astro Boy, but I really like Cashern. Though plenty of stuff from Tatsunoko is very like Speed Racer, Gatchaman. There's tons of stuff from them that is as iconic as a lot of the big ones. But Cashern's more of a weird one. I really like Cashern though. I do think it's possible, but I also think capitalism is the biggest problem in that. A system that encourages selfishness makes shit like this happens. I don't really... I kind of, like... I view capitalism more as a condition. Like, I don't... The thing is, like, I don't really think people make a lot of decisions in reality. Like, so it's like, I don't accept the context of selfishness because I feel like if you're in a capitalist society, you just sort of behave in a certain way. Like, they're... like, you know, like, if you introduce an animal to an environment, it's just gonna act based on the situation it's in, but I don't think people are really all that different. So it's like the concept of selfishness as it applies to a capitalist society that kind of implies people are making intentional decisions to behave this way or that way. But it's like, the society is capitalist and that sort of defines their behavior. So it's like, in some ways capitalism is the problem, but it's like, the problem is more fundamental than that. I think modernization is more the problem. Because I just don't think... I think our... Like, the sense in which I would say capitalism is the problem is that I feel like our society is built for capitalism and not for people. And that's where industrialization comes from. That's where, like... There's, like, a lot of developments in the world about the way society is changing that serve, like, capital interest and not human beings. Like, more and more, we live in a very anti-human society. We live in, like, an outright dehumanizing society in some ways. The top 1% are the ones made... They don't... Well, it's like, I don't really accept... What I mean by that is I don't really think they are making decisions. I think they just sort of live in the world. Like, they... you know, it's like, you know, like, do birds choose to fly south for the winter, or is that just what they do because of how they are? Like, that's just how birds act, you know? So it's like, not to, like, say that they're not responsible or culpable for anything. Like, it's still, you could still say it is their fault. It's just like, I don't really think they're making decisions. I think the conditions that they live in sort of define how they live their lives. Fundamentally, I just don't really... I feel like free will and self-determination, even, just as a concept, is sort of an unexamined assumption. If you've ever read, I think it's called Straw Dogs, Thoughts on Humans and Other Animals by what's his name? John Gray? It's basically, the argument of the book is that free will is a concept that comes from the Bible, and there's, like, no reason to assume humans actually have free will. And there's some interesting research into neurochemistry that suggests that, like, your brain, like, makes decisions on, like, what to do and where to go, and the sort of running narration you have in your head about you making decisions, like, comes after the fact. So it's like, like, you don't really make, you don't have as much control over your actions as you think. It's just after your brain, you know, instructs how your, like, arms should move. It tells you in your head, it plays back in your head at a slight time lag, you thinking about doing that to make you feel better. And so it's like, I think you can, I do think and it's like, it gets a little particular, but I do think it scales up, and like, you have to think about like real, like, life-changing decisions you've made in your life, like in terms of trajectory, that you've like, real decisions you made that have like really changed how you live your life. Because like day to day, you don't make any decisions like that. Like when it comes to school, when it comes to work, when it comes to even social interactions, everybody just kind of reacts to things. They just live life day by day. Like there's very few like real choices that you make. It's like a very limited thing insofar as much as it actually happens. Like on the average day, you don't like make a lot of choices. You don't choose to eat and and sleep and go to work. You just have to do these things because of the situation you're in. And it's like, if you think back to the sort of decisions you and other people made in life that created that situation, it's a lot of stuff you don't really have that much control over. It's like where you live, what schools you go to, how wealthy your parents are. And that's what I mean. Like, I'm not saying that, like, selfish people are blameless, like the top 1% or anything. I just don't... I don't fundamentally accept that they or anybody else really make any real choices. I think that they act the way they do because of the situation that they're in. You know, if they were born into like a poorer family and just didn't have the capacity to do that, they would probably just behave like normal people. And it's like to the extent that they're like selfish or whatever, if you view it that way, like everyone has bad impulses. I think the question is whether or not they can act on them. That's why I think about it a lot, like the introduction of technology and the way that changes society. Because I do really think it's like what people do kind of depends, like the way people act kind of depends on how they're able to act. So it's like, you know, if you didn't have the means to do something bad, it doesn't matter if you're like that kind of person who would do bad things. Like, it doesn't really matter. It only matters that the 1% are, like, selfish because they have the capacity to do that, which is a function of technology. And I don't just mean machines when I say technology. This is something like Jacques Ellul talks about a lot, but he talks about, like, technique. Because, like, organization is a technique. Communication is a technique. Like, structure of society and systems is a technique. Like, the technology isn't just like like things. To be honest, the idea of free will is comforting because a lot of people assume the only other option is predeterminism. Like, I don't think things are predetermined. What I mean by when people don't have free will is I just think people are more like animals. Like, in terms of free will, do you think like a beaver chooses to build a dam? Like, do birds choose to migrate for the winter? Like, are they really making decisions, or is that just something they do because they're that kind of animal? I think human beings are more complex animals, and there's like, it's more complicated than that for us. But like fundamentally, I don't think it's it's really that different. Birds fly south because that's just how they're built. It's also why I don't like industrialization and modernization as a premise, because I think the way our society is structured more and more isn't suited for people. Like, there's this idea that we can like change society in this or that way for the sake of capitalism or whatever, and then like we as people can just sort of, I don't know, adapt to that. But like, I feel like that's assuming a lot. I don't think people can, actually. I think a lot of the dysfunction you see in society today is that our society is not really built for people to live in. and we just kind of expect people to like cope and adapt to that, and they can't. Wait, how are you defining free will? Because I'm like just like fundamentally agency. Like in the moment you think you make a lot of decisions, but if you think about like day to day, you just kind of do the same thing all the time. You know, you wake up, you brush your teeth, you eat, you go to work, you do what you're expected to do. It's like in your head, there's like a sort of running dialogue that explains to you that you're choosing to do all these things, and that you could potentially do other things, but you never really do. Just like the way like a beaver could choose not to build a dam, like it won't. It has to build a dam to live, so it chooses to do so. And is it really choosing? I was thinking mostly about big decisions. Well, it's like, even in the context of that, like, how many of those decisions do you really make? Like, if you think about, like, you know, what you decide to do with your life in terms of your career and, you know, where you end up in terms of, like, socioeconomic status, a lot of that is just defined by, like, where you live, you know, your parents' situation, where you went to school, random events in your life that made you want to do this or that. Like, it's, you know, if you think about like the age you were at when you make those decisions and how much like externality there is on those decisions, like, do you really make a choice, or is it like a lot of that I think is like circumstance? Like whether I went to college or vocational school, I mean, like, that could be determined by if you could afford college, or like what colleges there were where you live. You know what I mean? Like, if there's just no good colleges in your area, or you just can't afford it, like, are you really choosing not to go to college? Or the same way, if there just happens to be like a good school in your area that like does a thing that you're interested in. Like, I went to a technical school here to study computers. It's like, I mean, if there wasn't a state school that did that and I couldn't afford it, like, would I be choosing not to pursue that, or would that just sort of be the situation I was in? Like, if you think about those big decisions, well, like, what percentage of the choice is you exercising like deterministic agency, and how much of it is actually just down to circumstance and like other people's input? And like, even to the extent that you're making a real choice and like you have agency over it, how much of that choice is based on like influences other people have had on you, influences your situation has had on you? I mean, the reason I like computers and stuff is because I watched cartoons about robots as a kid. So it's like, I don't know. It's like, did I choose to be interested in that, or did I just sort of happen to get exposed to that? And I'm just the kind of person that has a predilection to that kind of thing. I'm a bad sample to describe it, because a lot of my formative years were disrupted by trauma. But that's what I mean, like, that's, like... So it's like, that throws your life out, but then that, like... So that calls into the question, like, there are conditions in your life that sort of interrupt you being able to make decisions. So it's like, are you really able to... Like, every decision is sort of made under the duress of the situation that you're in. It makes me a pretty solid... Yeah, that's, like, exactly what I'm talking about. It's like... You know, that's like a particular situation, but it is sort of the principle I'm talking about. It's like a lot of... You think you make a lot of decisions, but a lot of those decisions are largely out of your hands. A lot of those... a lot of, like, things that decide the trajectory of your life are like, stuff that happened to you, essentially, more than, like, you making a conscious, informed, neutral choice, all things being equal. You kind of can't. And, like, you know, how much does anybody? You know. And it's like everybody... I feel like the way our brains function, it sort of seems to us like we make a lot of choices. Because you think you could do something else, but hardly anybody does. And those people are, like, insane. Like, the only people who really step out of line of, like, what society expects from them are, like, sociopaths. But, you know, I still believe people are, like, responsible for their decisions and everything. I just think it has to be in the context of, like, where they are in life. So then it raises the point, is there any point in doing anything if everything... I mean, you know, what do you mean by point? I mean, I suppose that's sort of a philosophy question of to what's important to you, but is there, like... Think about it in terms of, like, people who want to preserve the habitats of animals and protect endangered species. Is there a point in those things existing? Or, like... You know, you have just as much right to exist, and there's as much purpose in you existing as, like... some rare bird somewhere, you know what I mean? It's like in so much as like any living thing has a purpose to exist. I would say yes. And it's like, it's not that everything's been thrown at you, but you know, you just sort of have to react to situations. You don't have as much agency, maybe, as you think you do. But, you know, if you think about, like, I don't know, one of those, like, weird Japanese islands that they converted from, like, poison factories into nature preserves. Like, do the rabbits that live there have a point to their existence, or they just kind of live, you know? It sort of depends how you see what you think a point is. What do you think the purpose of all that is? I personally like that the rabbits exist. All those fucking islands are so funny. Because, like, if you watch a documentary on, like, the deer island or the rabbit island or the cat one, like, they'll always have to note at some point, like, oh yeah, this this island had to be reclaimed by nature because it was, like, a bomb factory we abandoned after World War II. It's like, like, every now and then they have to, like, pause and be like, oh yeah, the reason that this place is like this is because it was some, like... war crime factory that we had to get rid of, and then we just decided to fill the island with cats or something. Awesome, to be honest. I think he had to best explain it other than saying, is it devoid of this conversation context? But I'm reading a lot of Western philosophy. This is very all or nothing when it comes to free will. Well, that's what I mean. I think Western philosophy is really affected by Christianity, because free will is literally a concept from the Bible. You know, like... I mean, maybe Buddhism... Well, karma kind of works differently. But it's like, if you go to a lot of cultures, there's not really as strong as an opinion that, like, people really make choices. Like, the Hindu religion is very deterministic. The Shinto is largely deterministic. Not to say that they don't have a concept of free will, but like, the assertion that, like, people are, like, really in charge of the things that happen in their life, that's, like... that's very much, like, a biblical idea. And, like... That's also very defined by, like, even beyond just being post-Christian, a lot of Western civilization is very individualistic. And most other cultures are not like that. Like, that's a European thing. That's, like, definitively a European thing. Can I just... Man, this game is so funny. Just blow up the whole general area we're in. But, like, if you look at, like, a lot of Eastern religions and Eastern cultural ideas, and, like, even from places like Africa, I had to read up on, like, South American traditions. But, like, they sort of assert that, like, you know, you have to do this or that based on, like, what the tribe needs. What your family needs. Like, there's definitely not as much of a assumption that you're allowed to, like, do what you want to do. And then be judged for it. There are just things you have to do for the greater good, essentially. because it is required of you. Day 56, HBC headline news has arise. Follow up on all those killings, huh? Aw, shit. I kind of like this story because this is actually how I read the news, where I just check some incident. Another possible victim in the Haven murders, this time a stabbing. Well, how do you, what, that, doesn't that put it out at the MO? How do you know it's another victim? Holy shit, Skyn died? What the hell? I just met him. The family of a pro rumbler, Paul Hardesky, 24, also noticed that discovered in his body in their New Jersey home. Damn. That's too real. That's a little close to home. Bro he was one of my people. That's crazy. Hardesky had been stabbed several times in the face and chest with a sharp knife. The cause of death was a severed carotid. Edgewater. Bro lives in Edgewater? That's funny. Edgewater police say Hardesky was killed while wearing his head-mounted display and that his IC was found destroyed nearby. Because Hardesky was on the same team as a previous murder victim, it is believed that his murder is connected to the Haven case. Okay, so they just think it's connected. They don't necessarily think it's the same killer. Yeah, that wouldn't make sense if it was the same killer. This is outside of his MO. He wasn't killed with that, like, muscle relaxation or whatever. The investigation is proceeding slowly. No useful information has been found regarding Hardesky's killer. Fucking 24-hour news cycle. Why? Breaking news. No useful information has been found. Oh yeah, thanks. Hey, Senator. First Flint, then Skyn. What a nightmare. Even the ICPO thinks the murder's related. They're really looking into Skyn's death. It could be a copycat murder, too. Well, if it was a copycat murder, they fucked it up. We're gonna keep at it anyway. I wonder what Skyn wanted me to check out for him. Oh, he was looking for links. This may not be appropriate, but I'm sure there are people who get satisfaction from seeing you afraid. That's right, you keep on rumbling. Think of it as a kind of revenge. See you, Senator Dora. I'll let you know if I find anything. I think a lot of the extent to which you have control over things is like on the margins, because even you as a person, I think the choices you make are sort of defined not just by circumstance, but like by the kind of person you are. Like, you know, if you think about like Mass Effect or something, like a binary multiple moral choice game, I don't think that's how it works. I think people, a given person has the predilection to do a certain thing in a given situation. Now I got plenty of money. Let me check the other, let me get a new persona. What are the ones that look like... Yeah. Not really a good one. One of the mask guys from the Hearst game? Oh, they're 150? I'm a little short then. Damn. Oh, there is the one I want and they're too expensive, so I'll come back later. But that also ties into why I'm so, like, I don't know, why my position on, like, technology is so based on restraint. Because I don't think people really make choices about, like, technology in the world. Xian, hello. Welcome in. Are you, I might be getting confused because I know like 2 other people named Xian. I don't know if you're... I don't think you're new here. I think I do recognize your name. But I'm worried I'm thinking about a different Shion. But hello, how are you? I'm Irishia. Okay, it is. Okay. Good. I almost fumbled that. I was correct the first time. I was second guessing myself. But how are you? Welcome in. Oh, no, I shouldn't fight in free rank just for money. Let me skip to the next A rank. Stick to my guns. Doing good. Nice, nice, nice. I'm working my way through the A rank fights. 59. And rambling about technology and free will and such things. Anyway, the main the main thrust of what I'm trying to say is watch Astro Boy. Monster Hunter has consumed my brain. I was just saying earlier that I need to find time to play Monster Hunter. I like started the game and I just haven't played it at all. I don't have time. I gotta lock in and just get addicted. That's how I played every other Monster Hunter game. Started this one. But yeah, I just haven't really made time to play Wilds. I should play it more. There's so many games coming out this year. Bro, why am I getting fucking, like, attacked? I just got here. Back off. Back off. Leave me alone. Okay, there we go. Well, these trains up. It's a little awkward to not just have like a machine gun to break stuff with. I see what you're saying on free will. I think so many things affect decisions you make, like past experiences. No one really decides anything from nothing. Well, it's also like, you know, like how much do you define about like the kind of person you are? You can consider the influence of genetics and your situation and like the influences other people have on you. It's like when you really put it all together at the end of the day, I'm sort of questioning how much control you really have over things. And I think we assume we do because that's just how our brain works. Like, our brain tells us that because it makes us feel better, but it's not like the sense you have that you have control over your actions might not be is sort of something you assume. But you know, I don't know. It's just a matter of how you look at things, I suppose. Oh wait, shit! I'm all out of ammo. Let me. I should probably leave before I get killed if I can't fight back. Get out of my way! But yeah, that's why I'm sort of opposed to, like, a lot of technological development. I don't think... So it's like, I feel like a lot of people, especially in that sort of space, who, you know, invent things, who are involved with computers and technology, sort of have this assumption that the development of technology is, like, a good in and of itself. It's like a practical good, if there's, like, more stuff. And then the other main school of thinking is like the like Frankenstein, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein view of things, where it's like the development of things is like neutral and it depends on what you do with it. And I kind of don't really accept either of those. I certainly think it's sort of a mixed bag. Whether technology has been good or not is much more contentious than I think a lot of people acknowledge it as being. And it's like, I don't think people really use machines. I think people are used by machines at scale. Oh, I'm getting another cutscene. But it's like, and it almost doesn't matter what people make a thing for or what they intend to use it for. Like, once it exists, it will just have an effect on society and people. Like, beyond what they could control for. So we need to be sort of more intentional about what technology we're introducing to the world. And we need to... Alright, I'm rambling. Let me talk about the cutscene. Looks like DD and them are over there. What are they talking about? Let's go see. Tell me, Sin, how was Skyn when you saw him in the hospital? I know it's hard, but oh, bro's still alive? I kind of got the impression from that news report he was dead. I couldn't see his face too well. I guess because he was really cut up. Oh no, jeez. Skyn. All I remember is his hands. His translucent hands. White as snow. His fingers open loosely. The whitest person? I guess he did live in Edgewater, New Jersey. Interesting. Do you mean only technological machines? More like organic machines, like society? More like the second. I don't know if you read like Jacques Jewel, but when he talks about technological society, he means technique and not machinery. So like, industrialization is a technique, like a given process. Like, inventing a machine is a technique, but so is like organization, so is communication, so is, you know, structural technique. So it's sort of all the same thing. Military technique. Like, I do mean, like, machines, but I mean something a little more beyond that. Normal hands with no defensive wounds. The Edgewater police said so, too. Well, yeah, they caught him off guard, yeah? He still had his headset on. How was he gonna fight back? He couldn't see them. So the killer's got a new style, I guess. That's an assumption. We don't know it was the same killer. The ICPO is still saying that it's likely the work of the Haven killer. Yeah, based on what? He's breaking his MO. How do you know that? Sergeant's broken too. They killed his fucking dog? Man. What the hell? They killed my guy's dog? Sick. Damn it, I knew this would happen, but where the hell is Lynx? Just calm down, Sin. Listen. Boogeyman's on leave, right? So, I'm sure Link must be busy. Bro, do you all you do is make assumptions, my guy. Oh, what would you know, Embryo? If my calculations are correct, the next victim would be... Do you know who it's gonna be? I'd really like to hear about these calculations of yours, Sin. Bro thinks he's figured it out. Sorry for being so blunt, but I don't want any more victims either. Bah, what's it to you anyway? Sorry, but I've got to help out at Skyn's funeral. Oh, he is dead, okay. I was kind of unclear by what they meant about the hospital. Hopefully the coroners can put him back together a little bit. Hey, Sin. He's gone. He looked downright defeated. Well, when you've lost two close friends, I suppose it's to be expected. Yeah, that's right, you don't know them as well, right? You just met them recently. I've never seen Sin that distracted. Better get in touch with him later on. That's probably a good idea. Oh yeah, tell Sin I won't force that prediction out of him either. I would actually kind of like to know who he thinks the next victim would be. That seems sort of relevant. Got it. I guess we'll be going too. Sorry we couldn't talk more, son. See ya. And we've got to get back to the case. Are we on track, JJ? As long as you've done your assignment. What you do on your own time is your business. Besides, I want an end to this. Okay, I'm glad you're so understanding. See you later, son and Toradora. Let me know if you see anything unusual. True, true, true. If you see something, say something. But yeah, I mean like technical society more broadly, not just machinery. I think like technology is like sort of the conditions of society. It's like it defines how the situation we're in. 69. Nice. And I'm not necessarily, like, against... There's a good story, I posted it on Twitter the other day, actually, from, it's like an excerpt from the Pumpkin Scissors manga, where they talk about, like, a fictional novel about how, like, the telegraph overcame letter writing. And it says at the end, like, this isn't a story about how, like, old things are good and new things are bad. It's sort of a story about how, like, the introduction of new things permanently changes society. And it's like, it's not necessarily like that the way things were better, and that the way things are is like necessarily bad. It's that, like, when things are introduced to society, that permanently changes the conditions. Like, you can't ever get back to that, and, like, who knows what could have been possible in the previous world. Hey, Sen, can you be really loud so my neighbors don't hear the CNC milling? Well, I mean, you control the volume on your computer. Although, also, hello, Ash. And can you shout out Shian? Is this the... I don't know if this is the account you stream with. I assume it is. Oh, wait. That actually reminds me, I forgot to turn the thing on. Your bot is broken. No, it's not. It's just not turned on. That reminds me, actually. Okay, try it now. But yeah, I don't know. You can turn up the volume on your computer. What are you making in the CNC machine? That's in flux right now. Might be moving to another site yet. IDK. Yeah, I'm thinking about that too. There's not a lot of good options. You're definitely not turned on? Eh? Eh? Nande? Eh? Nanika? There's not a lot of good options because I don't trust as a robot. Oh, sure. Like, you don't think that way about robots. Why are you really so sussy? Me? Me? I didn't do anything. But yeah, I don't know. I do kind of worry about where Twitch is going because Dan Clancy is an idiot. And he has no idea what he's doing. YouTube also is like... I do kind of get worried because people get, like, randomly banned off YouTube, and it's like, people say that they, like, broke this or that rule and they deserved it, whatever. Like, it's not even that I disagree with that, it's that I don't trust YouTube to make any of those decisions, because, like, it's not a question of, like, what the person did to me, it's that you see people get, like, just randomly, like completely banned from YouTube, and then they're on Twitter, like, desperately trying to get, like, a human at YouTube to talk to them with, like, no luck. It's like, I don't trust YouTube to, like, fairly enforce their policies because their policies are not enforced by people. So it's like, as a premise, I don't accept that, like, oh, well, they just broke TOS. It's like, well, I mean, who decided they broke TOS? Because I don't think a person looked at that. People get randomly banned everywhere these days. Well, I mean, more and more they're trying to automate all those systems. Speaking of the introduction of new technology and how it's anti-human. Speak of the devil, truly. But yeah, the reason that keeps happening more and more is they're experimenting with, like, AI moderation, essentially. And it's going about as well as you would expect. But, you know, they gotta cut costs. You know how it is. But don't even... Well, you know, I'm right. It's a clear, obvious proof. Exactly the kind of thing. Number must go up. That's true. They need number to go up. Number is not going up recently. They're very worried about it. Number not go up. Disaster. Tragic. Many such cases. How will our society survive? The myth of infinite growth will be the end of everything? Well, yeah, that's that's sort of the problem with economics today. People think that, you know, the economy always needs to be growing and doing well, but that's like not normal. Historically, economies just sort of go up and down. It's sort of the usual thing. But we've been pursuing infinite growth. Hasbro's trying to make pure profit, which is funny, and it's going to fail. But like, Hasbro, like, you know, I follow it because of like Power Rangers and Transformers and stuff, but what they're trying to do is their business model now is they're going to license out all their properties and they're going to put no investment on their end. So they're going to be like an IP landlord where like other people pay them to use the Power Rangers brand or Transformers or whatever. And they basically think they can just make money off of things they own with no input on their end at all. Ha! Get cheated, you idiot. And it's like an obvious theory about pure profit that's going to fail. I hate to break it to them, but this never works. If you don't have like a controlling interest over the things you're making and making money off of, it's sort of a mixed bag. So it's unreliable. The profits don't come in that, you know. They're also trying to do that with like D&D and stuff. It's crazy. I'd like to see them try. I'll leave it at that. I'd like to see them fail. I hope it's bad. I think Ubisoft's gonna fail pretty soon because they're like betting everything on fucking Assassin's Creed coming out like next week or whatever, and the prognosis seems pretty bad actually. It might be over for them, and they'll get crushed by some other terrible corporation like Tencent, as is the way of the world. But yeah, Hasbro has clearly, I don't want to say like no idea what they're doing, because they clearly have like, there's like a clear intention you can draw from the way they operate, but it's a really stupid idea. It's just some shit that will never work. But you know, they licensed out Power Rangers to Playmates, and Playmates is going to do like an AI upscaling, and we're going to re-release Mighty Morphin Power Rangers for like the 4th time. Didn't they already like bring it up to 4K or what? I swear they did a remaster of Power Rangers just like a couple of years ago. Like this, we're not only is it Mighty Morphin, so we're like definitively not breaking new ground, but like fundamentally, like, this is just the stuff that's been tried before. Oh yeah, when do I have to sell stock? It's like day 76, I think? Did I miss it again? Am I stupid? Stock market. Yeah, 76, okay. I still gotta get the A rank for like all the non-Asian places, and I think 1 in Germany. Yeah, so I have 5 A ranks. It's simply too risky not to try anything new. Yeah, that's really the business model, is to like try new versions of old things to see if we can just squeeze more money out of them. What if number not be big? Yeah. You'd think. I mean, it's sort of a mixed bag. It's sort of an odd situation where it's like, like you look at Ubisoft and what they're doing with Assassin's Creed Shadows, and that just seems like a disaster. I mean, we'll see if it goes as bad as I'm expecting, but it seems like it's not going well, at least in the run-up to the opening of the game. So that's when companies try new things, and it's like, you know, I don't like all the remakes and remasters and ports and like the just absolute black hole of creativity, not of lack of creativity. But whenever these companies try to do something, it's always a disaster. So like maybe they're right. Maybe trying to like like bleed people on nostalgia is actually the better business model because they can't do anything because they're just too incompetent, and if they try to do something new, they just fuck it up. You know, as much as I would like new things, maybe none of the relevant people are capable of that. But that's why we have indie games. A lot of good indie games that are coming out. But yeah. I'm always excited to see a corporation fail, because they always deserve it. I wish they just had a bigger selection. I don't have to check back every day. I want more of the puppet series that are like the people from the first game. I don't remember what this was. Some of these are just like random people. Okay, let me check the schedule. When's the next A rank? Because I gotta remember on day 76 to sell stock. Speaking of number go up, I gotta check my stocks. Free rank, A rank 74. Got it. Okay, so let's... I'll start skipping days. I'll just check the avatar shop each time. I don't really know why I want a new avatar. You never see it in game except when you save. But I do just kind of want things. Simply in my nature to want stuff and things. Oh, there's not a lot of good choices. Maybe I'm fine with the Diver Man, actually. Eh. The joke is that I picked a diver because I'm thinking of like build divers and stuff. Which reminds me of the joke of the admin in Gundam Build Divers who is a gun diver. Man, Bandai is so fucking stupid. That was awesome. The dumbest possible joke. And also a fucking SD Gundam reference. That's crazy. I'm kind of wondering how the like... Not just... I know SD Gundam is super popular in Japan, but did people like Superior Defender Gundam Force? Or am I the only person who likes that show? I know it sort of got mixed reviews in America, and that's why we didn't get the second season. Although they still made the second season in English. Not stateside. I like Superior Defender. Man, people just gotta have more of an open mind. I respect Captain Gundam. That guy fought for freedom. He was a good person. I remember it on Toonami. Yeah. If you remember watching it, and it kind of like ended on cliffhanger after they beat like Commander Sazabi or whatever they fucking called that guy, that you can watch the second season in English. They made a whole English second season. It never came out in America. People wanted more G Gundam and Gundam Wing. Well, they were wrong about Gundam Wing. I remember going back and trying to rewatch Gundam Wing, and I was not having a good time. Man. G Gundam still peak, though. I'm sick of all this build stuff. They need to lock in and do another mobile fighter. It's what the people want. It's what we need. Although GQX looks good, so I'm sure they've got it figured out. As much as I hate Bandai, they're actually not fucking up, so I'll tentatively put up with them. That's all I really expect from a corporation. Like, I'm still hostile to Bandai and Toei and a lot of these fucking companies, but like, as long as they're sort of meeting expectations and putting out things I like, I'll sort of begrudgingly accept. I won't overtly hate them as much as I hate, like, Ubisoft or something. And Hasbro. But yeah, Gundam Wing... I mean, Endless Waltz is still good, I would say, but, like, the bulk of Gundam Wing is a little bit hard to watch. It's difficult. I do think things would have... Like, the whole problem you have now where people are like... The whole thing with, like, Witch from Mercury and how people were hitting on it, Bandai literally could have avoided that by putting out more SD Gundam content. Like, if they were releasing those the manga in English, and they, like, dubbed all... They like, did subs of, like, all the... Like, the Night Gundam stuff. I forget how much of SD Gundam San even came out. Did that have an English version? But yeah, if they were putting all that out in English, it would really... There's a lot of the Gundam as a brand that we never get outside of Japan, and that really has affected people's perception of the series in, like, a really bad way. And I think the whole firestorm on Twitter over Witch from Mercury is a consequence of that. Like, people who are fans of, like, Gundam Wing and G Gundam, as you say, have, like, too narrow of an idea of what Gundam even is or can be. That's because they haven't seen most of it. Because Bandai doesn't release it, because they're cowards. because Superior Defender didn't make enough money. But there were, like, SD Gundam has a lot of content. There was, like, the Game Boy games and stuff. How much is the current SD Gundam anime? I forget if that has, like, official subs and everything. I need to catch up on that. That one's fucking crazy. They're pulling in characters from, like, RoboCop and famous pirates and shit. They're just doing whatever the fuck. It's awesome. Because first they did, like, a Three Kingdoms thing, and they were bringing in, like, historical figures from, like, Japan and China, and then they added, like, pirates and RoboCop to it and all this kind of random crap. Based, honestly. Okay, let me skip the tomorrow and I'll sell all my stuff. Although not just SD Gundam, a lot of the manga in general. I mean, that was the thing about, like, Witch from Mercury, is, like, people... There was, like, a whole dust-up over that because people were arguing about, like, the female protagonist, but, like, that's not the first... That's not the first female Gundam protagonist by a long shot. It's just nobody reads... All these fake fans, they don't read manga. That's the problem. Neon. And Blaster Mary... And, what is that other girl? Echo? They didn't finish that one. They need to get there in and finish that. The, like, Echo Lucille. I'm not sure how much of the, like, all the Gundam Seed stuff got official releases. There's a ton of Gundam Seed content. But most of it is manga. People don't read. We must force them. Fully? All of it? I know that the anime came out, but did they do all the different manga? I have trouble keeping track of what is and isn't official release of manga. Because, some people, you know, I would never do this. I don't break laws, but some people, you know, get their manga from non-official sources. Tragically. The high seas? Well, you know how it is. You know how it is. I mean, I like One Piece. I gotta catch up on One Piece. I was letting the chapters pile up a little bit after they got to, what's the giant Elbeth? How's that actually pronounced? Elbith, the giant island. I'm a little behind. I gotta catch up on One Piece and JoJo. JoJo is weird. It's so bizarre to like, because I read through like all the parts, so it's weird that there's like a JoJo chapter that's not finished. I mean, I remember thinking that with part 8. I had to reread part 8 like 3 times. Maybe that's why I liked it more than a lot of people. Because I actually understood the story. Because I would like read it up to the release and I would not read it for like months and I would just start it from the beginning. Man, I love Araki. That guy's weird. One of the best creatives of our time, truly. I gotta finish reading his book. I have like the I have the like manga in theory and practice book where he starts talking about like math and fractals and everything. Like it's so funny how like weird that guy is. He has his like own theory on everything. Bro's just thinking about stuff. What is the thing worth 300,000? Uncut diamond. I gotta buy Ventuno stock. Reinvest all my money. I gotta pick up another old manga, like when I read through Kinniku Man. Always kind of lacking that. I feel like besides a few big ones, I just kind of read all this isekai random bullshit, which is really the junk food of manga. It's so much it is. Because they're constantly churning out chapters of all these random different isekai. Where nothing happens. But I really do, I need like Golgo. Huh? But yeah, I gotta pick like there was no manga I wanted to read. I'm trying to think of it. I forgot. Well, I gotta finish reading Sailor Moon. I picked that up a while ago and I didn't finish it. It's so weird to read that manga because like I have all these sort of vague memories of watching the show as a child. But I gotta lock in and read all that. Maybe I should read the Cutie Honey manga. My friend Honey, she fights for freedom. Cutie Honey is such a good anime. Every version of it. I also like Cutie Honey Flash. And I'm still kind of mad that the Cutie Honey movie isn't counted as like a Shin Japan Heroes thing. They're really cowards for not putting her in there. If anything, it makes me mad because they, for marketing reasons, when they did the Shin Japan Heroes like promotional stuff, they included Evangelion, but they didn't include Cutie Honey, and it's like, okay. It's like, you know, it's like, I get that they didn't call it Shin Cutie Honey, so it's not really part of the same thing, and it was before he was really doing that, but like, it definitely counts more than Evangelion. Good evening, Senpai Chat. Hey, Windbreaker, how are you? The Cutie Honey movie is really good, though. It's very wacky, I liked it. In a lot of ways, it's like prototype Shin Kamen Rider. I mean, they literally also have like a spider person. They're really good at that effect. Oh wait, I think I sold too much stuff. Oops. Let me sell one of those, actually. Well, no, I can just do the money trick to get free money. But how are you, Windbreaker? Welcome in. I'm just rambling about all kinds of stuff. As usual. Oh, you know what manga I wanted to read? There's a couple of manga for Front Mission. Like the game series I'm playing on Mondays. I gotta read through those. I gotta familiarize myself with the lore. The main thing I want to learn about the lore, though, is I want to remember, like, which countries are which, because all of the countries in Front Mission are, like, analogs for, like, real countries, except they're, like, supranational bodies and they all change their names. But, like, the OCU is mainly an alliance between, like, Asian countries. It's, like, I forget if China is included. I know it's Japan, Australia, and I think Korea are all part of the OCU, and then the USN is mostly... I think it's the whole American continent. I don't know if South America is part of the USN. And of course, after it's just Russia. I think after is actually more analogous to the USSR, which is funny. It's funny how many, like, alternate history things like that have the USSR still existing. You really wonder about how society would be. Oh, you know what manga I gotta catch up on? What's that called? Kowloon Generic, I think? There's a really good manga about people who live in Kowloon in, like, the early 20th century. So it's like an alternate history affair, because obviously Kowloon was destroyed. Which I'm kind of mad about. Like, I get it. You know, like, I can't argue that the Chinese government was wrong, because, I mean, Kowloon was just being run by the Triads by the end of it. Like, it was literally just, like, a massive, like, gang operation. But it was so cool. We really should have been... We should have argued that people should have intervened and argued that Kowloon was, like, a World Heritage thing. We should have studied it for, like, arcologies and living on a spaceship. Because that's the closest you kind of ever got to that, other than that one weird town in Alaska where everybody lives in the same building. But, like, Kowloon was so overcrowded, and it was so, like, the city was so, like, all-encompassing that it was basically an arcology. Because all the, like, it was almost all one building. Big, massive, like, labyrinthian construction that it was. And it was a humanitarian disaster in a lot of ways, but it was also really cool. Tragically, we can't have nice things. You know, China has something cool and interesting, but they have to tear it down because of security concerns, because of massive organized crime and human rights abuses. They were probably right, but still, it was neat. But yeah, I do gotta be reading more manga. I mean, I'm always reading manga, but I gotta... Kowloon the Brick Apartment City? Yeah, the walled city in China. There's a cool manga called, like, Kowloon Generic, where it's sort of a... They have other, like, sci-fi stuff going on, but it's sort of a revanchism of, like, what if Kowloon still existed? Into the early 21st century. What would my life be like? Isn't it made by the same guy who did After the Rain? Maybe. I don't remember the author off the top of my head. But yeah, I gotta tap back in on that. That's another one where I, like, hit the current chapter and just, like, stop reading. And it's been, like, like a year or something, jeez. Now that I think about it. It is. Nice. I gotta read that one too, then. That one's really nice. It's like, I forget the term for that. It's like a peaceful dystopia. That it's like, it's clearly a dystopian setting, but like nothing is happening. Where it's just like, it's like a quiet dystopia. There's a specific term for that, I can't remember. But it's like, they adapted? Well, it's just like, it's like a non-aggressive dystopia, like there's no like oppressive government or something, it just is a dystopian society, and they all just kind of are, people just kind of live in it. What is that called? I swear there's a specific term for that. Quiet dystopia. Silent dystopia? No, that's a book. Hold on, I gotta go get my chip fixed. I definitely shouldn't have bought as much stock. Broke geese out here. Can't even pay my damn bills. Okay. Let me skip to the next day. I'll do the money check again, and then I'll fix my chip. I might just have to join like free rank or one of the lower ranked fights and put a bunch of money together. I always have to run away from A rank too quickly. When is the next A rank, though? Oh, it's pretty soon. Okay, I'll do the D rank fight before it to gain money. First of all, let's just skip a day and fix my chip. But I do always like, to me, like, what if stories like that are kind of the fundamentals of science fiction. I feel like too many science fiction stories, especially recently, are literally just like, they're just like normal novels, but set in a world where they have like robots or like a cyberpunk world or whatever. Like they don't really engage with the premise of like science fiction, because like, fundamentally, to me, science fiction is about how those things change society. Like, that's what iRobot is about. That's what, like, Dune is about. It's like space travel, robots, all those different things. It's like how they fundamentally change everything about, like, the human condition. And how things endure beyond that, even. But it's like, I would put Kowloon generic in there, because it is a very, like... I mean, it does have, like, specific sci-fi stuff, but it is literally just, like, a what-if story about, like, what if Kowloon just continued to exist. I am kind of curious. I gotta go to the one weird Alaskan town sometime. There's like a town in Alaska where like, I forget the exact circumstances, but like everybody basically decided to live in one big hotel because it like, it was basically like a financial reason, because they couldn't like afford to heat all the houses in town. They just decided to all live in the same building and just heat that instead. And it's like, it's a very like haphazard ad hoc way to do it, but it is technically like, it meets the definition of what an arcology would be. And I think about arcologies a lot because like, there is something dehumanizing about the prospect of living in like an anthill or a beehive essentially, but I do think it makes more sense than cities. Like, cities as they exist today are just like, they're just impractical, infeasible. Eventually, we won't be able to support that. So I think, you know, barring some kind of massive catastrophe, I think our colleges will just kind of assert themselves as a necessary measure. And you already see some cities pushing for, like, those horrible, like tube apartments. Where it's just like it's literally like a living in a beehive. So it will just... It'll just kind of assert itself over time. We'll just build out, essentially, an arcology anyway. But I'm really interested in that kind of thing because it's like, it's the closest thing you would get on Earth to the experience of, like, living in a spaceship if we built an arcology. Like, just, like, a bunch of people all living in, like, one big structure. And being on D rank is really comfortable. After having to contend with A rank this whole time, being on D rank where I can just cruise around and kill people is really nice. Ah, peaceful. Look, I appreciate the health, but could I get money or ammo? Damn it, he stole my ammo. Come back here. I'll kill you for that. That was mine. I saw it first. Man, these... Oh shit, it's a blue name person. Gotta be careful. The nerve of them fighting in D rank when they're much higher skilled than it. Only I'm allowed to do that. Ah! It wasn't worth that much. Damn it. Here's some money though. I need more ammo. Ah. Okay, let me leave. That should be enough money for now. 17,000. Okay, let me go repair my chip, and then I'll compete in A rank again. I wonder how far I can get in A rank this time. I think definitely by, like, maybe not this stream I'll get it done, but, like, by the end of the next stream I'll definitely be through A rank, at least at the pace I'm moving. I remember I unlocked the other German A ranker last time, but they were using, like, similar weapons, so it was kind of difficult for me to cheap them out. I should really reread the Pumpkin Scissors manga. I heard that's still going. He like restarted it in 2024. Happy to hear that. There is something weird going on in manga, which I'm happy to see, where it's a trend of like mangaka just kind of continuing works. Because in 2011 they restarted Kinniku Man. I forget when the Zatch Bell 2 started. That's it's so crazy that happened. I'm so happy for that guy that he like kicked Shokugan's ass in court. Because it was really tragic what they did to him. Like they like lost his illustrations and stuff because they just didn't take it seriously. Because he was always really particular about art. Wrong to do that to him. But he was able to redress such grievances in court. Good to see it. Oh, I got the ranker out. Let me take the high ground, because the main thing is I want to find them before they find me. Harold and Tiara. Okay, let me go invisible and get up on top of things. Huh. Let me get to the higher one. Figure out where they are first of all. Okay, so there they are, actually. Gotcha. Get cheated, idiot. Called strategy, dumbass. Too tired for a long goodbye. Alright, let me bail. A rank successfully stolen. Let's get out of here. Okay, that's already like 5. Five, 6 total. I got 5 this stream. Maybe I can get A rank done like this stream. I can start taking on the rankers. But we are making definitive progress towards the end of the game, which is good. Huh? The junction looks pretty crowded. I'll enter talk mode so we can check it out. We'll have one. Have you heard the rumors about the Haven serial killer case? About the wacko called Puppet Master getting into people's noggins? No, about that lunatic's... Wait. Wait, what was that about? Hold on. Can we not move past that? What do you mean, getting into people's noggins? On what level does the headset, like, interface with the brain? Well, anyway. No, about the lunatic's killing spree from San Francisco to Beijing. Man, you're way off. The real killer is holed up in a Japanese fort. Oh. I get what's going on here. The standard internet rumors. Never mind all that. Have you seen Real Jackie Fan website? The one with the CGI murder movie starring Jackie as some kind of dark hero? Yeah, I heard they're gonna sell t-shirts that show the victims' faces. Wow, you're kidding. They're gonna wind up on some online auction. Supposedly, it's all to help arrest the killer, so why not? What? What do you mean, why not? Those site admins sure got a lot of nerve. Probably think that we'll never find out who they are. Oh wait, wasn't someone gonna post that threat on their bulletin board system? It's there. I whipped it up and posted it myself. Awesome, man, you rock. You're a contender for sure. 10? How can people be abused by awful things for like this? I don't understand. Yeah, you can tell this guy was on 2chan, whoever wrote this game. As things change. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Did I get both of the ones here or just one of them? I think I just did one of them. Trying to think. Let's check the schedule. Yeah, okay. So I only did the nighttime A rank. Skip to day 90. Eh? Trick or treat, 3 little jacks, shivering with fright. Seek a haven on the net. Jack snipes fashes, then they are 2. So Jack number 13 hits a snafu. Saucy Jack. Oh shit. Saucy Jack. Did another one of the Lynx boys die? Right, then there are 2. What about Lynx? Isn't there 3 of them? Or is one of them the killer? Because Sin and Embryo are both still alive and Lynx. Alright. Another A rank here, and then I'll head to New York. I don't know how far I got into this one, though. Are they gonna come out this time, or maybe I have to do it a few more times? Ow. Two. No. Fly trap over there. I appreciate the money, but could I get more ammo? I always need ammo. These guns don't have a lot of ammo built in. Okay. Oh, the ranker's already here. Let's see. They've got a laser gun. They've got the electric grenade launcher. I don't particularly recognize those arm weapons. Okay, first of all, let's track them down. Ah, they're right beneath me. Got him. Man, I really like these explosive weapons. You can literally just cheese the game. I was really getting consternated with the game until I got the, like, second tier of equipment and could buy these. Okay, so we're up to 7 A ranks, so there's still... 7 left, I think? Because there's the 2 in New York, the 1 in Germany, the 2 in London, and the 2 in Cairo, yeah. Okay, so we're halfway through. I still don't quite get how you challenge the regional rankers, because they're not on the schedule. Day 91, HPC headline news has arrived. Another murder threat. Time for Day 91 HPC headline news. Today's news, another threatening message, and a vicious prank in the Haven murders. More rumbling-related sites were hacked into, and the content on some pages altered. From the digital signatures on the altered pages, the task force has determined that the notes were left by the serial killer. To prevent another murder, netizens, especially bombers, are asked to provide any useful info they may have. The note: trick or treat, 3 little jacks, shivering with fright, seek a haven on the net. Jack's knife flashes, then the R2, so Jack number 13 hits a snafu. Saucy Jack. Jack number 13 is interesting. Is there more than one killer? Is this like a killer, the killer with 1,000 faces type of deal? What was the thing in the Rampo Edogawa novels? The task force also reports finding many copycat... I think it was the killer with 21 faces? Many copycat threats on major blogs and private bulletin boards, posted under the same Jackie name. The community is asked not to be swayed by these copycat notes, as police and ISPs worldwide work to identify the prankster. The ICPO is vouching for the real note. How ironic. Still, the killer's on the move again. Who will be next? Oh no. Man, I gotta get more sleep. I always say that. Always burning a candle at both ends. Okay, day 99. Ooh. I do really like how this game... I mean, I guess Ash is kind of right that it's like based on like 2chan and bulletin boards of the time, but I really do think this game called a lot of stuff about like internet culture and how it interacts with society and stuff. I always kind of like... I always like stories that are kind of like they predict stuff a little into the future. You can tell the writer is really locked in and thinking about stuff. Okay. Alright. So I just gotta get 2 air ranks here. And then in Cairo, then in London, and then I gotta finish the one in Germany. It is interesting that the better you do, the faster the killer works. Just as a nature of like how the story is structured. So if it takes you longer to work your way through the ranks, it takes the killer longer to do his serial killings. It takes the police longer to catch him. Since the story is paced out based on your performance. Oh hey, it's Embryo. You know, that is sort of a question. Is he not able to die to a certain point? Because he shows up in some of the matches as part of this rank or that rank. See if I can get my ammo back. Well, I'm all out of ammo now, so I guess I gotta bail again. Yeah. Stretch. What genre of manga do you like? I mean, I like isekai. I read a lot of it. I like sci-fi stuff, obviously. I like adventure stories. I don't know, what would be my favorite manga? Probably Pumpkin Scissors is up there. I really liked Kinniku Man. Full Metal Alchemist. But yeah, I like a lot of manga. A lot of good stuff. I've been trying to recently I've been trying to read a lot of kids manga because I'm trying to read in Japanese. Like I have some Kirby mangas that I bought while in Japan, and some like Crayon Kingdom of Dreams mangas that I bought later. I had shipped here. I figure the reading level is closer to where I am with learning Japanese. Okay, I gotta sell the stock on day 11, so I gotta not forget that. The next A rank is day 9. Or day 6. No. Was it 9? Yeah, 9. Okay. But yeah, I like science fiction mangas, I like adventure stories, I like isekais. I mean, like, a lot of isekais are not very good, but they're like, they're very much the junk food of manga, because they're all like self-insert wish fulfillment type stories, so it's like very easy to, I don't know. Isekais as by nature are kind of like most video games in a way. Like any kind of action RPG is sort of the same type of story as an isekai, where you're like inserting yourself into a setting and doing stuff. Although the systems they usually use are more based on like D&D. Vaguely. But yeah, I've read a lot of manga just in general. I gotta go through and read all of the Dragon Ball manga. I've read some of it before, but I haven't read like the whole thing, because I just watched most of the anime. I've watched Dragon Ball Z like 5 times in a row, like most people. As you do. Watch it whenever they put it on television. I forget, did Dragon Ball Z Kai never get to the Buu Saga? Or am I misremembering? Did I just stop watching it? Or did they just not do it? Okay. A rank today. I actually don't happen to read a lot of Mecha manga. I mean, I read like the Gundam Seed manga. What else? I gotta read the Front Mission mangas for sure. I don't know, I guess giant robots fighting is kind of cooler in anime. Generally. Oh, I gotta check where, what is the newest Doman Seaman story where they're in, like, the fake reality? Doman Seaman is really good, if you ever read any of his stuff. He's, like, a weirdo. A lot of his, like, sci-fi stories are interesting, because they're all very, surreal, in a way. He has a really good grasp on what sci-fi is supposed to be, but I don't think he really understands it in the same way that I do. But I kind of like that. He has a very unique take on things. Man, I wish I could have as good luck with the shielding system as some of these NPCs do. If they took the full brunt of it, only like 2 to 4 shots would kill everyone. But some of them are able to block it. I say, I wonder how these bombs work in terms of like the directional damage system. Oh. Hello, New Blitz 74 on YouTube, yo dude. Hello, hello. How are you? Man, no ammo is dropping in. Let me get out of here before I get killed. I'm at like low health and no ammo. Pretty good, my guy. That's good. I'm almost through A rank. I'm like more than halfway through. I think I'm like exactly halfway through. Because I have like 7 to 14, right? There's 7 locations and 2 A ranks at each, right? Because there's 2 Asian locations, there's 2 American locations, and there's like 3 in Europe. And I guess North Africa, since one of them is Egypt. But we're making good progress in the game. But yeah, I don't know. I just read a lot of different manga. What genres do I like? I feel like isekai and like adventure stuff is the stuff I read the most often. But otherwise, I just kind of read whatever, I feel like. I did every challenge rank that this game had. I haven't really been doing the challenges. I've mostly just been working my way through the ranks in the story. Now the challenge missions, shoulder weapons only. Yeah, I haven't been really doing these. Maybe I'll do them after, like, the story parts, but I don't... I'll be kind of burned out on this game by that point. Oh wait, shit. I gotta remember. I gotta sell this stock, I almost forgot again. I gotta read God Mars, because I read the Mars manga. That's actually really good. It's very different from what the anime seems to be like, though. Although I think they also made another Mars anime that's closer to it. It's a weird sort of move in a lot of ways. God Mars. At least nobody decimated you with a full arsenal? I've been scraping by. Or do you mean in the challenge missions? Yeah, I guess they're as restricted as you are. That's a good point, actually. I should probably keep an eye out for the challenges and just do it if I, like, already have a good mech for it. Because I know some of them are just based on the kind of legs, and some of them are based on, like, the brand of mecha you have. So if there's one that's I already have stuff suited for, I can just do that. But I don't know, winning the challenge matches doesn't really get you anything. So I guess it's like just a thing in itself to complete. Robots or bobots? Eh? Nani? Bobots wa nani desu ka? But how are you, BB-mon? Welcome in. Robots. Robobots. I wasn't sure what the Robobot armor in Kirby was actually called in Japanese, but it's literally just Robobo armor. Like, I thought that was like a joke or like a portmanteau or something, but it actually just means nothing. I was overthinking it. It's kind of funny in the Kirby manga. It's weird that Kirby talks so much. I guess that kind of makes sense, but it's like... I don't know, I'm never clear on if he can talk in the games, because he does sort of narrate in some of, like, the extra bits about, like, the enemy information in the pause menus. So I guess he can talk. No, I'm good, I got tea. Ooh, what kind of tea? I gotta sit down and make green tea again. I have, like, the proper, like, the stirrer and everything to make, like, proper matcha. I haven't been... I used to do that all the time. I used to meditate more, man. I gotta lock in, that's my problem. Earl Grey? Nice, nice, nice. A classic. I gotta lock in on stuff. I've been slaking off. I have been exercising more, though, that's good. Having, like, clear goals really helps me, because, like, I'm gonna go to Japan later in the year and climb Mount Fuji. So that's really helping me, like, with exercising and practicing Japanese. Because it's like, you know, I kind of make an effort to do stuff every day, but it is easier when I have, like, clear objectives. Ash, why did you add a block term? What is streamer blue? That... No, I don't want to sell the insurance policy. A healthy gamer is the pro gamer? It's the website from the spam from... Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. But what if you decided to call me that? What if that was like a nickname? A healthy gamer is a pro gamer? Yeah. Lock-in gamers. I remember reading there was like an article about how like the best competitive gamers all took really good care of their health. Like there was literally an article that like studied like which like pro like competitive gamers did the best, and they concluded like, yeah, it's the ones who sleep properly and eat properly and exercise. It's like, yeah, is Mount Fuji the one with the stairs? I don't think so. I think, do they have like, there's like 3 trailheads, so maybe there are stairs on one of them, but I think it's just like straight up the mountain. Mount Fuji is the big one. Fuji-san is my friend. If someone cousin says stream boo, they deserve to be blocked. But what if you're my stream boo, Ash? What if we were stream boos? Oomphy. But yeah, it's having like clear objectives I can look forward to really helps me get out of bed in the morning, you know? Sometimes you just need that kind of stuff. I think climbing the Sega arcade is harder. Oh, Kyuki, hello! Irashaimase, yokoso. Oso de yokoso. How are you? Hello on YouTube. I'll take a quick look. Oh, thanks. Tell them to go to Joyopolis, the true Mecca of Japan. Next to Japanese Taco Bell. You know, you say you're not a weeb, but you're thinking of Fami Chicken and Joyopolis and Taco Bell in Japan. He thinks you doth protest too much. Ohayo. Yeah, ohayo. Ohayo gozaimasu. Let me skip to the next day. Why did you even go to Japan? Well, you know. Because I'm a weeb, why else? I wanted to see all the statues of Spider-Man in Osaka. But no Fami Chiki? I don't know, Ash, I had fried chicken before. It's like going to Italy and not eating pizza. But I did have pizza in Italy. What do you mean? And I gotta buy back in on this stock. Japanese is great. I'm trying. Nihongo benkyou suru. Gambarimasu. Is gambarimasu the one for yourself? I think so. Cause gambate is for other people. Buy mods. Option kits. Solid state stock. I wonder how much I should buy. Maybe I should just keep some of the money. I don't really need any parts, though. So far, your Japanese knowledge has only been teasing me about not liking sushi. Eh? Sushi te tabete masu ka? Sushi o tabete masu ka? Which is the one? There's a few ways to say that, like, can you eat sushi? Will you eat sushi? Sushi o tabetai hoshii desu ka? Don't you want to eat sushi? Fuka. Ash doesn't want to eat sushi. He doesn't get it. I didn't say I wanna, but you should. Don't worry, Ash. I'm gonna peer pressure you into doing all the things you wouldn't do otherwise. Sushi hai oshi. See? Who do you think sushi is tasty? Oshi desu. Hi. What is it? Italia jin no tomodachi sushi tabemasen. My Italian friend doesn't want to eat sushi. He's not cooperating. He's missing out. I'm sorry I bully you so much. I should stop. I feel like I pick on you. I hate sushi. Why? It's so good. There's so many kinds of sushi. Man. There's lots of different kinds of sushi. But that's because all the teriyaki places in Los Angeles got replaced by Scene Sushi. Well, you know, that's not really... I feel like you're putting unfair blame on sushi. Los Angeles is just... I feel like you're blaming sushi for things wrong with Los Angeles. That's what I told him. You didn't say that about L.A. You said that you had sushi there. All the Japanese places in Italy do sushi. Tourist sushi. I thought I hated Japanese cuisine because all the Japanese places in Italy, but that's different. Like, Ash, I know this is... I don't know, I feel like this falls on deaf ears, but there's a difference between getting sushi in Italy and getting sushi in Japan. When I went to the US, the greatest dish on earth is udon. Udon is pretty great. Sushi is something people either tend to either love or dislike, depending on the person. Damn, he's being reasonable. Darn, he's taking Ash's side. That's true, though. But yeah, udon, soba. You'll like that in Japan. Those like soba restaurants serve udon 24/7. I told you, but udon reigns supreme. I mean, the thing is, like, you can get udon anywhere. Like, in every part of Japan, there's like a 24-hour soba place that just serves udon at any time of day. It's great. Wander into a place at 3 a.m. and get udon. Yeah, I mean, they know it's good. It's just, you know, those poor office workers, they need to eat. Sometimes you get out of an overtime shift in the middle of the night. It's also why the convenience stores are so nice. Konbini wa saiko. All the convenience store bentos are so good. But yeah, that's kind of why I went to Japan. You know, I did a bunch of tourist shit, but honestly, that's what I like the most about Japan. It's just like day to day, it's so nice there. The quality of life is so much higher. All the little conveniences, all the different shops and stores they have. Just being able to buy stuff out of the vending machines are crazy. We gotta go through that list of like weird vending machines that Ein sent me. I gotta see some of those. I just want to use it. I want the vending machine that makes orange juice. That sounds cool. Corn drink. Oh yeah, the corn soup is really... I have packets of that here. I've like dried out kind that you just pour hot water in. It's so good. The corn soup is crazy. They really refined that. They've iterated on the process of corn soup to an unprecedented degree. And they also have like the red bean kind. Man. I can't believe we don't have hot vending machines here. I'm still upset. Like the fact you can't, like, not only do they not just have vending machines everywhere like they do in Japan, but like you can't get a hot cup of coffee out of a vending machine. Like, you know, like imagine living in a real country. God. Man. It's just not fair. They used to automats. Then people stop using them. And companies just gotta believe. They gotta lock in. Sometimes the ideas take a while to catch on. Sometimes stuff isn't profitable right away. Blame New Yorkers in New Jersey. Yeah, New Yorkers don't get it. That's true. It is New Yorkers' fault. I agree. Companies need to, like, look at the long game and really lock in on stuff. Like, I feel like too many American companies will, like, bail on ideas after, like, a minute. Some stuff takes a while. You gotta let it simmer, you know? They're kind of making a comeback, but not enough to break the chance. Yeah. That is sort of frustrating about Japan, is like that, like, a lot of the stuff that's nice there we could just have. Like, we could have walkable cities with good pedestrian options. We could have all the vending machines. We could have, you know, nice restrooms. But we just choose not to have them because it would be, like, different. Tragedy. I mean, there's a lot of coffee shops here. There are nice coffee shops here. But yeah, no, like, that's the thing about a lot of the, like, conveniences of Japanese cities. They're not really doing anything super different or unique. They're just doing things better. Like, we could have it that good. It's possible. We just... the relevant people in charge have just chosen for things not to be that good. But don't the vending machines still use coins? They take everything. You can you can literally use the vending machines with your, like, Suica rail pass. Like, you get an IC card to use on the trains, and that works on the vending machines. But yeah, I mean, they use coins because Japan is still a very cash-based society. They're actually having trouble getting people to adopt, like, credit cards and stuff in Japan, because they just want to use cash and coins. That is something to keep in mind when you go to Japan. You need to have cash on you. Like, some places do take credit card, but it is just good to have a bunch of yen, like, on your person. You can't quite get away with not having cash as much as you can in, like, America today, where nobody takes fucking cash anymore. That's crazy, though. Even the food trucks here take credit card. Some real post-digital society type shit. Don't they have any manners? No. This is not the place for the manners. I haven't gotten there for a bit, but I can get a Pokemon drink in a 5-minute walk here. Pokemon? It's so weird that most well-connected phone signal speaking in inflationary countries are the most resistant to digital currency. I don't know, cash is just cooler. I would prefer cash. I don't like digital currency, actually. By law here, even your plumber must accept card, and our single coverage is shit. Yeah, but that's cringe. Why, you know, they just do that to tax you. I mean, the biggest reason for, like, them to push credit cards and stuff is, like, everyone would not pay taxes here. I can't tell you how many times that if you're, like, in America and there's a store that doesn't pay, that, like, takes cash, they'll, like, a lot of, especially, like, smaller, like, businesses, they'll, like, offer to, like, not charge you sales tax. It's so funny. They'll, like, they'll, like, offer to do, like, an off-the-books transaction so you can pay less. Like, you know, that's why they have to force everybody to use, like, a card and everything properly. They do, that's the point. We have, like, 50% tax evasion. They don't even know. I guarantee they have no idea how much tax evasion there is in America. I don't even know if you could really figure that out. Because, like, when people get away with not paying taxes, those transactions are just completely unreported. Oh, hey, the other ranker. Let's go. Alright, what do they got? Machine gun. I think that's the recoilless rifle. They got a laser gun and a grenade launcher. But where are they? They're not over here. So that leaves 2 entrances. That kind of looks like it's probably them over there based on how it's exploding. Ah! Yeah, that's definitely them. Ha! Gotcha, idiot. The world is large. We have found a new pleasure. Get cheated, idiot. Hey, my mom's fucking lawyer asked to be paid out of the books. Funny. Based, honestly. Listen, you know, it's just good economics if you can get away with it. Why would you choose to pay taxes? I'll get back to work. Good luck. Okay. What's the... I can't think of the phrase. But yeah, gambatte. Shigoto wa gambatte. Arigato. It's cool. If that's the thing, I agree, but it's like, if that's supposed to be the argument, then we should have better infrastructure, and I would be more willing to pay. Like, actually, if we if we had a nice society, if we had like nice, like walkable cities and everything like Japan, I would actually be more willing to pay taxes. I would be less curmudgeonly about it. Look over there, Sen. Sin and Link seem to be arguing about something. Oh hey, they found Links. What are you afraid of? That stupid Wirehead poem? Give me a break. Bro, 2 people have died. What do you mean, what are you afraid of? What kind of stupid question is that? Give me a break? Are you nuts, Lynx? He's really coming after us. Who's he? Your point? Look, I told you, he's gone. It's all in the Matrix now. Eh? Eh? Nande. Then how can you explain what's going on? Who's the copycat? I think I might know who double-crossed me. Just settle down, okay? This is no joke, Lynx. You knew the betrayer and didn't help Skyn? I can't believe your empty promises anymore. I'll do as I please. Unbelievable. I'm up to my neck in backstabbing jerks. They both left. You can't join a chat like that one. Thank goodness it didn't last long. Tensions are high, I see. Okay. Next A class, day 19. Alright, just 6 more A classes, right? I think so. There's 1 more here. There's 2 in Cairo, 1 here, and 2 in London. Alright, so we're almost done with A class. Maybe we can just run through the entire A class just today. That would be pretty good. Making progress. I'm still waiting for the big high-speed rails to be built in Cal. They kept fucking that up. I also wanted them to do the high-speed rails. We need high-speed rails in general. That's something that there's like a clear need for that they just won't make progress on. But yeah, I was optimistic when they announced about the high-speed rail project, but they just keep fucking that up. Abysmal. But hopefully they figure that all out. Almost 20 years now? Yeah, right? This is, man, it's crazy. Honestly, they should have done that more segmented in the first place. Like, I don't know how exactly... I'm trying to think of the whole structure of the system, but they should have done, like, a smaller high-speed rail project that they would expand out. Because, like, going, like, 20 years and not having anything to show about for it is, like, crazy. Like, even the most optimistic... The most generous person would be losing faith in the work you're doing. It's just too long. Too much money, too much time invested, nothing to show for it. But yeah, I hope they can generally do... I feel like, couldn't Amtrak do something? I don't know where Amtrak is on the question of high-speed rail. They already have pretty good rail coverage, is the thing. So if you just convert, like, some of the lines over... Okay, they've got... I don't know what that laser cannon is. They've got a missile launcher. Let's see if we can't find them. Oh, you're there. If they jump up here, I'm screwed. Gotcha. And another A-class down. Something current national rails is in control. No, Amtrak is quasi-public. Like, it's not part of the government, but it's not a private company. I forget how exactly that works, but not entirely true. But in theory, they have to share and pay into Amtrak. Amtrak is... Yeah. So it's like, I don't know how the controls for all that work out. I don't see why you wouldn't invest in high-speed rail. It's like you're just doing more business faster. You could probably charge more for it. And over time, I feel like the maintenance costs would even be better. It's like... There's like an initial investment, but over the long-term view, it's just way better. Get you flying cars instead, man. There's a lot of practical concerns with flying cars. Not that we can really do that anyway. But I mean, the biggest question to me has always been like, what happens when you run out of gas? Does it just fall out of the sky? Amtrak is supposed to have priority on use of the rails, but private companies use workarounds to take over them. Damn it. But it's like... I don't know. This is why investors are like the dumbest people ever, though. Even if you were just like a private company out to make money, over any time scale, high-speed rail makes more sense. Like, it's more profitable, it's less costly, you have grounds to charge more, and it's efficient enough that you could do way more business. Like, there's other than the initial investment and the time it takes to develop, there's like no downsides. But that's too much for them. The biggest thing they do really is long freight trains. Oh, oops, we have a really long train, you're just gonna have to wait. Freight, that always makes me so mad. There's like 2 maps you can find really easily online, and one is like, all the public transportation, like train lines, and one is all the freight train lines. And we have like just so much more coverage for freight. It's so obnoxious. Because like these are obviously like dual use infrastructure. We could just also use them for people if you built the proper things for that. But no. There's a video from somebody who took Italian high-speed rail just to see if it's true that it killed domestic flight travel, and yeah, I don't think anyone would fly domestically when you can get to an Italian train, be from top to bottom within 5 hours. Yeah, but that's because Italy is small. You would still have domestic flights within the US. Because, I mean, the rails just couldn't go in every direction, and they wouldn't stop everywhere. There's airports all over the fucking place. But what if it could? I really think that it's unlikely. I guess it would probably cut down on domestic air travel in America, but there's no way it would like overtake it. Or like there's no way it would like undermine it to the point that people would stop using it. Japanese domestic travel is alive just because for some reason trains are more expensive. Okay, but their trains are cooler. Now, I understand, and that's a fair objection and complaint. However, consider the fact that their trains are really fucking cool. What about consider the you have to take into account that their train system is really fucking cool and awesome, and like being on the Shinkansen with the train Beto is just nice. Cheaper to fly to Kyoto than to Tokyo than to take the Shinkansen? I mean, the Shinkansen is just a better experience. I don't want to go to a fucking airport. The Shinkansen is cool. They don't have airplane actually, they probably do have airplane bentos. But that's not the point. They're different than Shinkansen bentos. Actually, that's the reason why I often don't take train Amtrak. So much longer and even more expensive. That depends where you're going. I mean, on the East Coast, you can kind of get... There's a decent amount of Amtrak coverage if you're just going, like, top to bottom. I mean, their planes have Pokemon-themed liveries. Listen, Pokemon is just... It has to be everywhere. It's just... It's like... It's the nature of life. And it has all the evolutions based... I don't get why they don't add more evolutions. I know that originally the point of the evolutions is that it's all the special attack types, but like, I mean, who cares? Like, why not make more? Where's my fucking ground type Eevee? Where's my fighting type Eevee? Those are always the fake mons that gets me the most, like like people do fake evolutions for all the types they don't cover. It's like, why not though? If I stay on the Pacific coast or somewhat inland, the price is cheap. If I want to go to Chicago or any further, the price often triples or more. Oh, I mean, there's just really horrible public transportation coverage on the West Coast. Yeah, Amtrak is stupid expensive. It varies. It depends how far you're going. Like, if you're going like all the way to Boston or something, like if you're going far, it does make more sense. I don't know how it compares to flights. I'd rather live on the East Coast than the West. Let's go! East Coast! Base. Can't stop winning. It's simply a scale difference, frankly. West Coast is a lot more Asian foods. That's kind of, well, I mean, that depends where you are. A lot of places around here. It depends what kind of Asian food you want and where in particular you are. I remember when I was up by Boston, I was living in like Worcester for a while, and there was just a lot of what's Vietnamese food, I think? What's the one with pho? But yeah, there's just like a huge, like there's just a ton of Asians living there from Vietnam. So there's a lot of Asian food there for that kind of Asian food. Fuck my week in the Bay Area taking Uber every day. God. Because everyone takes Uber, meanwhile in NJ you can just take the bus and there's never traffic. I mean, there's always traffic, but it's like the same amount of traffic. There's like, the traffic is never, like, The thing about, like, the traffic in, like, New York, New Jersey is that there's, like, a constant rate of traffic. Like, we don't get traffic jams like you would get in, like, San Francisco and shit, where it just, like, it's, like, bumper to bumper at, like, several points in the day. There's a lot of traffic at certain points of the day, but there's, like, a near constant rate of traffic in and out of New York and around New Jersey. Like, there's always traffic, but it's, like, you can really account for it because it's, like, the same amount of traffic all the time. They like somehow, like, even at night sometimes the traffic doesn't even die down that much. It's crazy. I don't want to get beat up for talking about baseball. I mean, that depends, you know, that's sort of a skill issue in itself. That's literally like that's like being in the wrong part of town and not reading the graffiti and know which gangs are where. Like, you really, in New York, you just gotta know if you're in, like, a Mets part of Brooklyn or if you're in a Yankees part of Brooklyn. You gotta know if it's the Bloods or the Crips area, you know what I mean? It's a question of situational awareness more than anything else. Super cozy and predictable. Yeah, it's very predictable. That's one of the things New Jersey actually does really well. The public transportation is pretty good. Like, NJ Transit does a really good job. New York is going back and forth. I heard they're having problems with pricing, especially for the buses. Some dude is running for mayor, and he's like, a mayor of NYC, and he's literally like, what if all the buses were free? And it's like, damn, that does sound pretty good. I don't know if you could actually do that, but that's you drive it's a pretty good offer, I have to say. I like the sound of that, at least. He's got a weird name too. His name is like Zohar or something. Pretty fun guy. I hope he wins. Well, I mean, I don't really know him that well. I kind of just hope de Blasio loses, or Cuomo. I keep mixing all them guys up. I don't know if Eric Adams can win. He says he still has, like, a constituency that'll vote him back in. I don't have his, like, internal polling numbers. It seems like he'd be in kind of a bad spot, but I don't know. Maybe he knows something I don't. Should I short the fiberglass dust then? Probably not, because that's little shards of glaze. It's not really dust. You kind of can. I've seen it in various places. They become transient shelters. That already happens. Like, there's homeless people all over the damn subway. Like, who cares? It would just be like the subways. People just jump the turnstiles and stay in there all day. Like, what difference does it make? If the buses became like the subway, there would just be less homeless people in the subway. It's like, you know, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, you know? Like, what? Who cares? We just got 50-cent fares in house so you can get close. No, he's literally saying he'll make it all free. He's saying that he'll, like, bring down rent prices, he'll make transportation free. He said he'd make a bunch of shit free. I don't know if you could really do that, but it sounds like a good offer. I thought the same thing, but it ramped up even more. I mean, don't you just generally have, like, a really bad homelessness problem in California? You know, there's homelessness in New York, but there's like, they're just kind of everywhere, but there's not a lot of them. That's sad. They really need to manage that better. Isn't it in New Mexico, Montana? Oh, I don't know how things are in New Mexico or anything. Montana has a homelessness problem? I figured is there even that many people in Montana? We really gotta figure that out. That's always a problem, because homelessness is like an endemic issue. It's just like, as the population expands and becomes more dense, you just have homelessness. It's sort of unavoidable. But it doesn't have to be as bad as it is. It can be managed better, it can have less homelessness. 29. But yeah, I don't necessarily want the everything should be free guy to win the mayor of New York. I just want the two biggest candidates are presumably the incumbent Eric Adams and then I forget which Cuomo is running, Chris or the other one, and I want them to lose. So, I mean, who else takes it? It's sort of same difference. Get Sentai a home in Tokyo, if only. I heard it's really hard to, like, immigrate. But I don't know if I'd want to, like... I have a lot of complaints, but I don't know if I'd really particularly want to live anywhere different than where I grew up, you know? It's just kind of... There's, like, other comforts you can get in other places. I certainly like being in Japan, but... There's something to be said about just what I'm used to. The sort of social and... by other categories milieu I grew up in. I think about that a lot because Jacques Yule made an argument about how like people don't want their conditions to improve. It's like that like workers and different people in society will like naturally oppose technological development in different ways because they don't want things to change. And that like people in a stable social milieu will always object to any changes. Even if the changes would like make their lives objectively better, they'd still rather things stay the same. Because there's a natural imperative to like the stability of your social situation more than there is like actually improving your situation. And I think about that because that's actually how I think about things. And I prefer things that I'm useful to over things that might be better. Yeah, once I broke that mentality, I became relatively adventurous and helped the job stuff. Well, job stuff is fine with me. If anything, I work too damn much. But you know... if anything, I keep a little too busy. I'm up to my neck at employment. I have more jobs than I need. But if somebody, I don't know your situation specifically, but if somebody was having trouble with like their job and situation, that wouldn't necessarily be a stable social milieu. That would be sort of chaotic. Good man, putting into your savings than anime statues. I have a bunch of automatic things that do this. Like I always have to like manage my money carefully because like I literally have like a bunch of automatic things that like do investments and savings for me, because if I was left alone with too much of my own money, I would waste a lot of it. I already do waste a lot of it, but I do put a lot of it away. I'm glad Ash actually pushed me to like pay for more things up front, because I remember talking to him about that when we were looking at like flights to Japan, and he's like, don't finance it, just pay it outright. So I like sold some stock so I could just pay for things, and then the whole like stock market collapsed. Like, I actually got a really good deal on, like, some stock and other stuff I sold because it was just all on, like, automatic investments. So otherwise I would have just left it alone. But I just happened to sell it before all this, like, trade war shit started. I really lucked out. It was awesome. I do seem to be lucking out a lot. It's just good RNG, I suppose. And now you can buy the low. Yeah, I could buy back in. I do kind of prefer financing. I know it's like the same amount or even more money in the long run, but you got that American disease called Afterpay. Well, you know, it's like you spread out the impact. It doesn't hit you as hard. It's the same principle as like armor on a tank. It doesn't just stop it, it spreads it out. It's the same principle as like a bulletproof vest. diversify the financial term, or you could save earlier. Well, I save, but that's what I don't have access to all that money. It's like putting like stocks and bonds and shit. I don't know. That's all set up to not have me involved with it. Like there's a difference between money I have and like money I have in my bank account. If you don't have the money, then why spend it? Well, I do have money. But it's like... I have plenty of money, I just don't want to spend it a lot all at once. It hurts. It feels bad. Like paying like $1,000 and something all at once, it hurts, but paying like $400 a couple of times, like for a couple of months, that's nothing. Yeah, but it should hurt. No, I don't like that. No. I mean, actually, I literally have the money. It's not like I'm going to get a payday loan or something. I have plenty of money. I just don't want to spend it quickly. That's the point. Financing is like having broken legs and chugging painkillers. Eventually it's gonna come up at you. Yeah, but then it's like... I mean, it's not like I don't have enough money. I just don't want to spend it. I don't want to spend it all at once. You don't want to spend it all in one place. What they always say, right? That's the expression. I don't get it. What do you mean you don't get it? It's like it's basically the same amount of money. It's just like instead of taking it all out of one paycheck, you take it out of like 4, and then it's like over a long period of time, I'll also have more money. I'll take in more money, so it doesn't feel like as much to take out the same amount. Like, if I get paid every 2 weeks and I have to make a big payment on like a given day, then that's coming out of that paycheck. If I pay it over the course of like 4 months, then I'm getting paid like 8 times or something. Okay, but the reality of it is that you're just going to be out the same amount of money, but you're tricking yourself because now you have money in your bank that doesn't belong to you anymore. Ash, none of my money belongs to me. Our whole financial system is based on debt. None of that's really my money. What about credit cards? It's the same thing. It's all fake money. I have no clue. I don't use credit cards. See, that's your problem. That's also stupid. No, credit cards are a good idea. Credit is absolutely a good idea because the economy keeps getting worse. Like, credit actually is a good idea for an individual because you have to think about it like this. If you make a credit card purchase and then the economy gets worse, when you pay it back, the money you pay it back with is worth less. Like, as inflation gets worse and the stock market tanks, like a credit card payment is basically a bet against the economy. So the worse things get economically, the better deal you're getting on credit. That's like objectively true. And things get worse all the time. So it's the perfect plan. Like if I spent $400 on something with credit last year, that's worth it, and I pay back $400 like now, I'm getting a way better deal. The money is worth less all the time. Damn, this guy's getting away. Let me actually go down there and kill them. You're locking in the old price. Financial advice, Serena intervention. I mean, this game does have an economy, so it's on point. We're on theme. This game has like a stock market, and they can get offered sponsorships and shit. I'm running out of ammo. Should probably just bail. Oh, they're dropping stuff over there. Oops. I didn't mean to fall down here. Just HP, no ammo. Okay, let me just get like one more. Okay, I'm out of ammo actually, let me bail. Let me get out of here. Bah. But yeah, it's not like I don't have the money. I have plenty of money. I'm just trying not to spend it. I mean, you see what... I mean, Ash, come on. You see what happens to the money I actually have. Flows out of my hands like water. That's why I have a bunch of automatic things to move it in. Is to cut myself out of the process as much as possible. That reminds me, I should check my IRA. Listen, I don't have the most thorough financial education. The one rule I've been taught is only take loans when building up, never for vacations. Well, loans are different than credit, kind of. It is a similar thing. No, you never want to take loans here, you get killed. I don't have a lot of college debt, but I'm still paying that off. I could pay that off now, actually, I have enough, but it's not really getting that much interest. I'll pay it later. Financing is loans, though? Yeah, it is similar. Wait, financing or credit? I guess financing is technically a loan, but that's different. Because it's like a payment plan. It's not like a loan. You still have to pay it just over a longer period of time. You could just be in debt and pay minimum payments. I would say credit is closer to a loan than financing. I keep forgetting what day I'm trying to get to. 39, right? Yeah. Okay, 39. Something's wrong with my memory. I always like look at stuff and then immediately forget. I just gotta say things out loud, because then I can remember saying it. But I always like look at stuff and I think I'm gonna remember, and then I look away and I've already forgotten. But yeah, I mean, Ash, I'm literally like, I'm bringing up the curve on American economics. The average person lives on like payday loans. I don't take loans like that. The average person takes a loan like 3 times a month, and they just pay it back when they get their paycheck. It's really predatory. Like they need the money. But yeah, you can't. You should avoid loans like just on principle here, because you get killed over stuff like that. Like bankers are not your friends; they're your enemies. You gotta. It's a deal with the devil to take a loan here. It's not a question of like how much you're paying or what the deal is or anything, or like even the principle of like taking loans or not taking loans. Taking loans is just a dangerous prospect. You don't want to be in debt. Yeah, as much as you can avoid it. Because you're really involving yourself with some not so good characters. minus 0.61 year to date. Oof. That's not that bad though, considering how this year has gone. The whole economy collapsed like 3 times. The deep stake one is still the funniest. Ah, the game kind of lagged a bit there. Okay. Alright, I'm running out of ammo again. Let's try to get one more kill, and we'll leave. Although my health is kind of low, I should probably leave. Oh. Oh, why is the game so laggy right now? Okay, let me bail. Let me get out of here. Why do we start talking about economics? I'm trying to even follow like that conversation. I think they was talking about like flights and stuff to Japan. Oh, we were talking about like the difference in price between like flights and trains. Okay, I remember. I've organized the conversation in my head. I figured it out. You're too rich? Eh? I'm not rich. I just have a job. The main thing. Got a decent job at a college. I really worked out really well. I think about that a lot because a lot of people my age just generally go to college and they can't find work after. I lucked out super hard, honestly. I've been wondering about that as well. Is there a point that I start feeling not poor? I don't know. I feel pretty comfortable. I mean, maybe it's different for me because I don't mind. I kind of like having a small apartment, you know? I feel like if I had like a house or something, it would just be a lot of stress to take care of. I can afford a decent apartment in L.A., so I think I'm good. It's pretty good. I mean, over, under? You must be making pretty good money. I'm still weirded out by how much you earn, though. Don't worry about it. Listen, Ash, I literally can't talk about that. I had to sign a more strict NDA recently. I can tell you about that in like 3 months. Maybe. But, like, I actually can't have a conversation about that. You're gonna get me in trouble. Ugh. I feel like I'm too paranoid about stuff like that, but that's the right mindset to have. It's like, it's not like anybody knows I'm a streamer or anything, but I don't imagine this would, like, go unnoticed if it was actually of concern. I hope they double it then. It gets those huge streamer bucks. Well, I'm not making any money on streaming. I don't really care. I thought about that a lot if I would, like... Because, I mean, I don't want affiliate. They're doing something, like, now where you can, like, just do affiliate without qualifying. I hope I can still refuse that. Just because I don't want to cooperate with that. I don't think I'd ever get to the point where I could get, like, partner or whatever, but I'm still, like, on the fence if I even want to take it. Because, like... It's like not even a question of the money. I'm not sure I want streaming to become a job. Like I have enough fucking job. I already work enough. I'm kind of fine with this being a hobby, you know? It's like, do I really want a third job? I have like all my own hobbies and stuff I'm trying to do. I have this, I have already the work I already do. A job I don't even need but I could quit and I just don't feel like it. It depends. Around my EverQuest friend, based EverQuest, I can be more open with talking. In VTubing, for some reason, people pay more attention to doxing details. There's a bunch of reasons for that. It's complicated. Well, part of it is because there's like, so the best way to not get bad attention is not seek any attention. That is true. That's good advice. You should, if you're like on a totally anonymous account, or if you just don't really call a lot of attention to yourself. But like, one of the things with VTubing is that originally it's based on like idol culture, because it comes from Japan. Like, you know, the first VTuber is like Kizuna Ai, and then you had the Four Kings, and then you have Cover and Any Color that come in. And it's like they ran those companies the same kind of way that you know, idol corporations work in Japan. So there is just sort of a taboo about spreading real information and stuff and details about real lives. But beyond that, it's also an internet thing, which, you know, makes the question of like real information kind of a touchy subject, because people have always been sensitive about that. There's always been a want and a need for like anonymity with different accounts on YouTube or whatever. Like, even before YouTubers still talked about getting doxxed and stuff. And also, it's because some people are fucking crazy. Like, you know, like, for most people, it's not really a problem to be doxxed, but for some people, it's a big problem to be doxxed, because, like, it depends on your situation more than anything. But for some, like, some streamers and influencers and public figures, it could be a big problem in your life for any amount of private information to be public. Annoying Orange is the first VTuber? Wow. I mean, he wasn't... Was he streaming? I thought that was a TV show at first. Or is it the other way around? Maybe that backwards, actually. Was he like a YouTuber first and then they made a TV show? I work 3 jobs and can't afford... I can't afford the trip. I just don't want to pay it, like, all on the same day. I don't want to pay for both flights on one day. It's a lot of money. It's not money I don't have. It's just I don't want to spend... I don't understand your sense for money, actually, because you keep saying this stuff about, like, financing being bad, and then you'll, like, talk about, like, the like, JR pass prices, and you're like, oh, $500 is a lot of money. It's like, no, it's not. Like, you can't say $500 is a lot, and then financing is also bad. It's like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. Lots of friends and family went over the last years and liked their dollar going further. 2024. I guess it's not if you just finance it all away. I mean, that literally is the point. If you're paying $100 over 5 months, it's nothing. And like 500, if you're against like financing and you just want to spend the money all at once, like $400 or $500 really isn't a lot. You said like $200 was a lot one time. Having common sense doesn't mean I'm a rich idiot. What's like, I feel like if you accept that like $200 or like $300 is a lot of money, you should understand why I prefer financing. 500, that's like 5 AAA games. I mean, that's an infinite amount of AAA games if you know where to find them. Not that I would ever advocate for doing anything on... Man, you know what's so funny? I was, oh, maybe I shouldn't talk about that. I was reading the essays written by a certain author who's gotten in a lot of trouble for a lot of things. And it's funny to me that, like, a lot of the essays still say that it's like, I'm not arguing for anything violent or illegal. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I shouldn't talk about it. I'm gonna get myself in trouble. Hey, Luigi. It may be kind of like him. 300 is a lot, even if you finance. No, it isn't. 300 isn't a lot. It's not like a few $100s. It's not a lot of money. You just trick yourself into thinking you have more money than you have. No, I mean, over a longer period of time, I will bring in more money. Are you using financing to not having to think about your finances? No, it's like... It's a question of... Like, it's not a question to me about how much money I have. It's about, like, the money coming in versus the money going out. Over a longer period of time, I will bring in more money, so I will lose less. Like, it's... You know, it's the longer it takes for the payment to hit, the more money I will intake, you know, from paychecks. I mean, I don't want to spend the money I have if I can get away with it. I want to spend money I'm making. That doesn't change how much $300 is. I mean, it changes a percentage of... In terms of, like, a percentage of the money I... you know, deposit in versus the money I pay out, it's a smaller percentage. You say I think $300 is a lot because I don't have $300? No, I'm saying it's not about the money I have. Like, I'm thinking in terms of the money that I'm taking in. Because the money I have, I don't want to spend. Like, I'm trying not to spend. I probably have enough money saved for a full year in Japan worth of rail passes, but I still think that's a lot. Well, we don't need the rail passes, but it's just an example. But I'm just saying, it's sort of counterintuitive for you to say, like, a few $100s is a lot of money, and then also be against financing. You finance payments because they are a lot of money. So it's like... If you think it's not like you should just take the payment all at once, then I mean, a few hundred is nothing. No, it's not. I don't know. I feel like we just have very different opinions about this. I don't know if we can see it. You should just have that money already anyway. Yeah, but I don't want to spend money I have. That's why it's like in savings accounts and not in checking. And other places where it's not to be spent. You need to finance $300. Well, it's like I don't need to finance it, but I want to finance it. You don't have enough money saved up? Well, I don't have it saved up in my checking accounts. I don't have it saved up where I can spend it. And then you definitely shouldn't be financing? It's like, I'm not saying I need to finance or I don't have the money. I'm saying I prefer financing to paying all at once. I have plenty of money, but I don't want to spend any of that. Can't you just move from savings to checking? Yeah, but I don't want to. I sold some investments and moved that into my checking account to cover payments for things. But I don't want to do that. How does that work? Well, I like the money in savings I don't want to think about because I don't want to spend it. That's why it's in the savings account. And the same with all the investments and stuff like that. Like, the reason I don't have that money in my checking account, or I have it like, I literally have like a different bank account for more savings. Well, that's also because I had trouble with the main bank I use, and I don't really trust them. Okay, but if you finance, then you're spending more? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I agree. Can't you think about it as if you're financing yourself? I don't know, Ash. I think we just have clearly a difference of opinion here. I don't think we agree. I think it's a difference of perspectives. And this is the problem between America and Europe. It's different priorities with money. You're basically a very responsible person. I don't know if I would say that. I mean, literally the reason I have it set up like this where I can't spend a lot of my money is because I know I'm not a responsible person. I know if I just let myself have all my money, I would just spend a lot of it on stupid bullshit. You know, there's too many, like... Bandai is always putting out too much shit I'd want to buy. I'm not allowed to have that. I need to not be able to... I need to not be able to have too much, like... available money. Budgeting? Yeah, but like I literally, it's not like I'm not like consciously making good budgeting decisions. I proactively like am taking a lot of that money out of my hands, so I don't have to. So because like if it were really up to me, I'd fuck it up. No, he's a lot worse than me. That's saying a lot. Left to my own devices, I would be pretty terrible with money. I mean, I was. That's why I do it like that. I was always kind of bad with money. You know, I was always a little irresponsible with my allowance and different things. Because I bought too much manga as a kid. And comic books. I started budgeting myself. I found out I spent like $500. Well, Amazon, the way I do that is I have like the secured Amazon card where like it can only have $200 in it at once, and then like when you pay it back, it takes a few days. So like in a month, it would be literally like I don't spend money on Amazon like out of my regular accounts. I only spend it through that. So like in a month, it would be hard to spend more than like $400. And even then, I usually don't want to spend it until I can, like, already pay it back. That's fine, you spend just as much on gifted subs anyway. Well, you know, like, Ash, I need to simp for cute boys online. That's, like, that's a moral imperative. Besides, gift subs aren't that much. Look, Ash, boys are cute. Why? Ash, boy, anime VTubers are cute though. You know, I don't even use that money. I stopped gifting you subs because you kept saying you didn't want it. I just have the one, like, tier 1 gift sub to you. And I like your emotes. Like, why are you still mad at me? I stopped gifting you subs because you kept getting mad at me. What are you still mad about? You're the one who took affiliate. That's not my fault. You could have chosen... you could have made it so I wasn't able to do that. And now you don't have a choice. They're gonna put affiliate everywhere. Okay, fine. I won't get... I just... well, yeah, I stopped. I stopped. Why am I still getting yelled at? It's no fair. Where's this ranker? People so mean that they sub and supporting. Does he how mean Ash is to me? I just want to simp because he's cute and he yells at me. Because he's like, you're our SpongeBob, you're spending all me money. It's literally my life. It's that one episode of It's that one episode of SpongeBob where he keeps asking him to buy things for Mrs. Puff. That's how my life is, really. And then Ash says, we're not talking about this or this, we're talking about this. Emotes and redeems are like the only... That's what okay, I like your emotes. So we're in agreement, I see. And once again, I'm proven right. I take that as a victory. And yet you admit your emotes are good. If I could have them without any of the money, I think you can still do follower emotes. I forgot to check that, because Ed still has some emotes even though she got rid of affiliate. So maybe I could put emotes on my channel, actually. I never check any of the stuff that's going on with Twitch, because it annoys me. Every now and then I try to look into like how all the stuff on Twitch works and what changes they're making, and I immediately get angry. And I immediately get mad about it, and I don't want to look into it anymore. Ah, shit. This isn't good. Damn it. He killed me. I fumbled. I think you gotta be a affiliate for follow emotes? I'm not sure, actually, because a friend of mine from Germany, Ed, she, like, turned off her affiliate, but she still has follower emotes. I don't know how that works. And I should probably look into it. But I know I don't want to look in... Every time I try to look into stuff about how Twitch lurks, I just get annoyed. Because I hate this fucking website. Well, that didn't cost me all my money. Oh, I might, though. I gotta be careful, though. I need to, like... I need to try to make sure that I... avoid... I don't know about this new, like, non-affiliate thing they're doing. Where, like, everyone can have emotes or whatever. Works actually, so I can avoid getting affiliate. But yeah, Shion was saying that earlier, but it's annoying. There's like no good options besides Twitch. I still don't think YouTube does a good job with streaming. All the other sites are crazy, although I'm aware of a bunch of them. They also don't work very well. On one of the alternatives that I'm not too enthusiastic about using for other reasons, you just can't find streams well, so I don't even know what the point is. Although that's the big problem on Twitch, there's no fucking discoverability anyway. It annoys me because I know the correct thing to do would be to, like, start a TikTok account or something, but I don't want to do that. Also, I'm not editing enough video, so I guess there wouldn't be a point for me. But, like, if I really wanted to grow, the correct thing to do would be to, like, start editing clips and start putting them on, like, TikTok and Instagram. And, what's the other one? There's another one of those. YouTube Shorts. I'm still forgetting one, but like places like that, there's a lot of like short content websites that have a lot better discoverability, are much more active. You know, Twitch, it's just like there's very limited discoverability. So if you rely on Twitch, you're just kind of gambling. It's just a long shot. It's like, it's not impossible, but it's just not very likely. But I don't want to use TikTok. That sounds... I don't like TikTok. I still don't have a TikTok account. I don't feel like it. I can't even search more than one tag onto it. Yeah, I hate that. That's so not. What's even the point of the tag system if you can't filter by more than one tag? It's like so circuitous that you have to like go to a category and then filter that by a tag, and then like you still can't use more than one. It's like, what is even the point of like having the tag system with multiple tags if you can't search for more than one at a time? But no, I'm sure they need to rework the whole fucking mobile app again instead. Instead of fixing obvious problems that are clearly annoying and don't work right. What they need to do is for like the third time in 5 years, they need to rework the whole damn mobile app. And somehow make it work again. I'm sure that'll solve everything. Hold on, I think I can cheat this guy out. Just gotta get the angles correct. Ha! Gotcha, idiot. Well, it doesn't help how much it's encouraged. I hate the retro tag. I don't want to use that. I don't want, like... I mean, I've explained before why I don't even consider myself, like, a retro streamer, but it's also, like, I don't want to use that. It's like... I literally prefer the off chance that some, like, random person, like, looks up some weird, obscure game I'm playing, rather than being in the retro tag. I don't know why. I'm just so averse to that for some reason. I don't even, like... I'm not against other people using that. I'm not being snobby about it or something. I just really don't want to use it. I don't even know why, actually. Like, I can come up with a bunch of excuses on the spot for why I don't like that. But actually, I just don't want to do that. 80% of others would use retro instead, the exact game you're playing, which... Yeah, I like, why? I don't want to be in the retro. I've never played retro. And it's like, I didn't have this game on Xbox, so it's like... it's like, I'm not even playing it like that, you know? Like, it's not like this is an old game that I went back to. I just heard about it, and I was like... You know, like, to me, I don't really think about this all that different from, like, finding a weird game on Steam. Hey there, Sen and Toradora. So you're getting in the regional rankers, huh? Nice to see things going so well. Ah, it's DD and JJ. You look well. What can we do for you? Oh no, I just have a meeting with Embryo. Says he has something to tell me about Sin. Oh, are they ratting each other out? Well, speak of the devil, here's Embryo. I did not even know this game existed before you streamed it. Well, I knew Phantom Crash existed, but I had never played it before. And then it was because I was looking into Phantom Crash that I heard about this one. Just in case. Hi, DD and JJ. Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, Sen's here too. Great. Hey there, Embryo and Anima. It's been a while, hasn't it? Glad to see you're doing alright. Back had to do something? Oh, welcome back, Nooblets. Hello on YouTube again. Thanks, I didn't mean to make you worry, but yeah, Anima and I are fine. Well, that's good to hear. Anyway, what's this about Sin? I don't quite know myself, actually. He just told me to get in touch with you. That he had something to tell you. It seems Sin is deathly afraid of connecting to Haven for some reason. That's why he asked Embryo to see you. I don't know what Sin has in mind, but it doesn't sound good. Well, DD, we probably shouldn't wait too long. Yeah, Sin might tell me something that'll get my investigation moving again. Can't let this opportunity go to waste. It's kind of short notice, but can we meet later at this junction, Embryo? At this Surfer's Junction later. That should be fine. I'll tell Sin right away. Oh, and Sen? It looks like Sin wants to see you there, too. Think you can make it? Like, when? Does that mean we can't? Well, I still have to do an A rank here, so that's fine. I'm afraid that's right. I know it's a lot to ask. I understand. Please don't worry about it. I'll bring Sen later. Why are you making decisions? Hey, listen here. I like the chips, but don't get ahead of yourself. I make the decisions around here. Okay, let's call it a day then. See you later, Sen Embryo. Yep, we'll see you later, DD. You too, Sen. Bye now. Like, when specifically did they want to see me? Let me save so they don't fuck this up. If I'm even allowed to. Stretch. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's like, I mean, a couple of people have stopped by. That was more common when I was playing Phantom Crash, because I guess more people have heard of that one. But like, I literally prefer that, like, that somebody, like, I have a couple of categories followed, like, whenever somebody's playing, like, GB Robo, I stop by to see, so I can tell them about George and Helen. Because I think about that game too much. But I have, like, all the custom Robo games followed, I have Rad followed. Like, if somebody just, like, likes this game and was looking for people playing it, I would rather run into somebody like that than having a bunch of, like, retro people come in and ask me about this game. Like, not that I mind being asked about the game, but it's like, I don't know. Like, I found out about this game because I found it interesting, you know? So it's like, like, I wasn't just looking for random PS2 games or something. It's a difference in mindset. Wait, will I get the cutscene if I skip a day, or... I don't quite know what they want me to do. Good luck on the stream. Hey, Werewolf, it's been a while. Welcome in. Thanks for your luck. There's 59, right? Yeah. I'm making good progress in the game. I only have 4 more A ranks to earn. And then I gotta start in on the regional rankers. But it's also like the idea of it, like I picked this game specifically. I'm not just... The reason I don't consider myself to be like a retro streamer is because I'm like not... I'm never really trying to play old games. I'm trying to play specific games. There's games I'm interested in playing. So it's like... Like, I wouldn't just go down a list of like PS2 games. I particularly wanted to play like Phantom Crash, and I'm playing this because it's the sequel. It's been a long time since my last time here. Yeah, it's good to see you again. But it's like, I don't know. It's like, I don't use the retro tag because I don't think of it as playing like a retro game. That's like not what I'm trying to do. Maybe I think about that too much though. But still. I might be stubborn and overthink things, but I must insist. I just have to be like this. I have no choice. I did say earlier that I don't really believe in free will. So I am being consistent in my own way. But that's neither here nor there. Oh, I forgot this guy is named Muad'Dib. Muad'Dib. And he has a fucking rat as his chip. Crazy reference. Kinda based, honestly. It's less based now because everybody knows about Dune. But it was still pretty cool at the time. The age-old question, what is retro? I think it's a retro game when you play the game and it makes you say, wow, so retro. Other people have like a whole system based on the number of years. But like, there's games that come out on Steam now that people say are like retro games, so like, that can't be it. There's literally like new games that come out that people feel like are retro games. Sweet, A-rank tanking. What do I do about the, they said to meet up back at that place. That's another thing too, though. Like, all these kinds of games are normal to me. Like, I'm in my element in the, like, PS2, GameCube sort of era, Xbox. Retro to me is like arcade games. I should play arcade games. Now that I think about it. I gotta go to arcades more. When Ash was here, I went to a bunch of cool arcades. It was the first time. I gotta check when that round 1 is opening up closer to me. I guess with pixel graphics, yeah, right? Like, that's what I mean. Like, there's games that come out on Steam now that are, like, stylistically retro that people, like, talk about as if they're retro games. So it's like, I don't think retro games are actually old games. Like, you know, you could have, like, a specific definition, but the way people talk about that kind of thing, the way they seem to think about it, I don't know if that's really accurate. D&D and her friends are already here? Entering talk mode. Mustn't make them wait. So wait, would this cutscene not have worked if it wasn't like, how is the game structured that it knew I would get like both A ranks here? Because I could have just left. Senatoradora, you made it. Actually, we just got here ourselves. Good morning, Senatoradora. Thanks for coming. I know you're busy. Nah, I just finished up what I had to do in this server. I'm free at the moment until I go to London. Now, all we have to do is wait for the man of the hour. You got in touch with Sin, right? I knew you wouldn't leave. You are the Sentai. Well, you know, I don't like them demanding to meet me, but it's a question of manners. Also, hello, Jiri. How are you? It's good to see you. Yes, right after we met, he wrote back too, so I'm sure he'll come. Just wait a little. Oh, there he is. Hi everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. Thanks for meeting with me on such short notice. I mean, technically it's been like a week in-game, but whatever. Sin and Isker, it's been a long time. We've been worried about you. How are you doing? Fine, thanks. Is he gonna die like right now? Because I assume he's freaking out because he seems to think he knows that he's the next murder victim. Not to rush you, but what did you want to talk about? Something about these murders, I bet. Yeah, I couldn't tell you about it then, but I've got to say something now. If my calculations are correct, these murders started when Embryo and Isker? Oh, he is. Aha! I called it. Red Rum. Wait, his chip is dead? JJ, call the Edgewater police, hurry! I am, but I think, damn it, what's going on? Red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum. Trick or treat. Sin's ID is gone, off the server. Let's go, DD. The task force has secured Sin's apartment. I have an agreement with them. We'll get the latest scoop. Huh? Since when, JJ? Wait, the dog is making, like, agreements without her? That's so... Man, the chips in this game are so funny. Hey, wait, slow down. We'll head over to Sin's place, too. It'll probably be tomorrow by the time we get there. I'll leave talk mode for now. I suppose we'll have to wait for DD. Tragic. Well, anyway, back to business. I need 3 more A ranks. And then I gotta do all the rankers. We're getting there. Oh, Wild Machines is here. Do I have anything good? I don't have any money, though. I have no money. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna have to sell stocks soon. Stocks. Buy mods. Buy. Oh, one body type reach. Heavy machine gun. Vulcan. Oh, what's this? High intensity Yag beam. There's Caro arm lasers? Oh, this is what that one guy had too. I didn't know about these ones. I'm kind of fine with the... ammunition, radiation... I don't know, I feel like the Vulcans are fine though for my Caro. Varg heavy machine gun with SV armor piercing rounds. The Evola looks cool. Yeah, I have 2 of these on my mech that's this brand. The Vulcan guns. I already have one that has like 4 lasers, so I don't particularly need the arm lasers. Anyway, let's get on to London. Destination... Trick or treat! I'm not a puppet master. I'm not a nutty doctor. Not yet Babylon's Phantom, but I'm your own light-hearted friend. Truly yours, Saucy Jack. Damn, that Jack is so saucy. He can't keep getting away with it. The police just can't de-sauce him. Day 61, HBC headline news has arrived. There's sad news today, I'm afraid. Yeah, I figured. Our friend Sin didn't make it. Time for day 61, HBC headline news. Today's news, victim number 7 in the Haven murders, and a message from the killer. The 7th victim is the Haven murders was discovered in a Bergen, New Jersey apartment. It's so fucking weird that this game takes place in I remember thinking about that when I watched, was it Zarkor? One of those, like, random kaiju movies I had, like, took place, like, started in New Jersey. Yeah, it was Zarkor. That was so funny. I remember thinking, like, there was a cop in that who believed in aliens and was like a devout Christian, and I was like, man, I feel like I literally know people like this. Edgewater police have identified the victim as Martin Amplas, 24, a pro rambler who competed under the alias Sin. Amplas was killed with a muscle. Oh, he's back to his MO, I see. A muscle relaxation while connected to Haven from his home. His body was also scarred with knife cuts. Because Amplas was on the same team as other Haven murder victims, the task force will be speaking with his team members. Next, a possible note from the killer, posted online immediately after Amplas was murdered. The murderer began posting notes on Fira's site, major blogs, and other websites. According to the task force in charge of investigation, an intruder, presumed to be the murderer, posted this message. Trick or treat, I'm not a puppet master, I'm not a nutty doctor. Not yet Babylon's Phantom, but I'm your own light-hearted friend, yours truly, Saucy Jack. What does Babylon's Phantom mean? That's like a literary reference, I didn't catch it. The task force has been analyzing all the murder notes, but unfortunately we still have no direct evidence of identity. I think it's more than one person, because some of the Jacks had numbers. I think this is a Rampo Edogawa situation, where it's like a bunch of killers using the same name. Hi there, Sen and Toradora. I'm afraid Sen and Isker were killed. This case has hit rock bottom. We're gonna keep following this here in Edgewater. Are you guys on the ground in Edgewater? We'd like to keep the remaining team member alive. That task force... Well, there's 2 team members. There's Embryo and Lynx, right? Task force just isn't cutting it. You're all we have, DD and JJ. Good luck. Don't get yourselves killed. Oh, and Embryo's been talking with the task force instead of Lynx. He might be hard to reach for a while, but don't fret. Hey, as long as he's not dead. See you later, Sen Toradora. I'll let you know if anything happens. Stretch. Let me check the schedule. Some stuff. Let's see. Class A tomorrow. Okay. Let's do one more fight. And then I'll start winding the stream down. Ah, fuck. I fucked it up. Damn it. Damn it, I fucked everything up. Oops. Okay. When's the next day rank? Okay, 67. Misclick. Genuine misclick. Tragic. Okay. Alright, so let's do one A rank fight here. In London. I don't want to go to England, but I do kind of want to go to Ireland. I wonder if, like, Jazzy and Scott and... Like, I know a lot of British VTubers. I wonder if they would meet me in Ireland so I don't have to go to England. We should all meet up in Northern Ireland for normal reasons. That we should all go to Northern Ireland and not do anything untoward. For entirely normal, well-adjusted reasons. Just chatting stream, based. I'm still mad that they didn't return orders, man. They made the Star Trek prediction about the reunification of Ireland wrong. It's just tragic. Not right. Oh yeah, there is a person there. I thought I saw somebody, but they weren't turning up on the radar. I guess they were a little too far away. Ah. Okay, now I'm out of ammo. My shoulders are so stiff. I gotta fix my posture a little bit. It's a little bit bad. Not quite sitting up all the way straight. Okay, let me fix my chip. I'll save. Data mnemonic. Save. Okay, let me move to the just chatting screen. Hello. Watching over me, still good. All the songs in this are good, but I wish YouTube would leave me alone about it. I keep getting hit by copyright stuff. Okay. So, that's gonna be all for today. Thanks to all the friends, everyone who showed up, said hello, all the lurkers. Let me get an invite to the Discord. Put in chat in case anyone wants to join. Create invite. Okay, so I'll put it in both chats. Oh, Neeps, hello. Thanks for the streamer. Yeah. It's past time for the watch along? No, it's no, it isn't. It's in like 30 minutes. Did you get tricked by daylight savings time? It's gonna be at 11:30 like it usually is. But yeah, feel free to join the Discord. In 30 minutes every Saturday at 11:30, we do tokusatsu watch-alongs, and then on Sundays 10:30 we do anime watch-alongs. On Wednesday we'll be watching. I thought the time changed. No, on Sundays is a different time, but it's because of daylight. Well, I mean, no. Well, I mean, my time, the daylight savings time happened, but it's only 11 o'clock for me now. Like, we're going by Eastern time. Otherwise, it would be later. What? No, it's gonna be at 11:30 my time. Same as always. It should say that in the. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's correct. It should say it correct in the event. I'll figure all that out later. So on Wednesday night, we're gonna be watching Real Steel, a big robot movie. I didn't actually know that this had Hugh Jackman in it. I remember hearing about this when it came out. I didn't go see it. I didn't know this had Hugh Jackman. That's crazy. Always good to see that guy. On Monday, I'll be playing more Front Mission. On Tuesday, I'm going to be playing a weird game I found called Narita Boy. It's like by the same devs as a Next Fest game I liked. On Thursday, I'll be playing more Labyrinth of Refrain, and then as usual, a new schedule will come out on Friday. But for now, we're going to look for somebody to raid. Let's see, Twitch. Oh, there's a lot of people live. Who went live the most recently, though? Oh, isn't Mexico doing some kind of event? Yeah, let's go raid Mecha, because I think she's doing some kind of thing. I remember there was a Discord announcement from her this morning. What? Okay, raid. I can spell that right. Okay. Good streaming. Thank you. I'm glad you were all here. Thanks to all the friends and lurkers. Always a good time. Thanks for hanging out with me. But copy that raid message, because for now we're gonna raid. But yeah, feel free to hop in the Discord if you're not there yet. And we can watch giant robots and magical girls and tokusatsu henshin heroes and all that good stuff. But for now, we're gonna get going. Bye-bye! Okay.